In fact, he had been resting for a long time in the illusion array and had already recovered his strength and magic power. Because the illusion array was destroyed by the magic treasure, he had to wait for it to slowly recover for a long time, causing him to be the last one to come out. Fellow Taoist? Why haven't you entered the array yet? If you wait any longer, you will be considered to have forfeited. Xiaohua had just sat down for a while when a Taiching sect disciple on duty came over and reminded him. I understand, thank you, senior martial brother. Xiaohua got up. The illusion array he was assigned to this time was a bit far. After walking for a while, he saw the illusion array connected to the magic tablet. At this time, there was a tall and sturdy cultivator in front of the illusion array. This cultivator had a fierce face and a beard on his face. He was anxiously looking left and right. When he saw Xiaohua slowly walking over, his eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment and a trace of panic. Xiaohua looked at this cultivator strangely. He didn't have any magic tablet on him that was connected to the illusion array. In other words, he wasn't his opponent in the 4th round. Oh, could it be the senior martial brother of the disciple in the array? Xiaohua understood and slightly nodded at that cultivator. Seeing that Xiaohua actually took the initiative to nod at him, that cultivator's face showed ecstasy. He cupped his hands and said, Junior martial brother Xiao, I am Zhong Tianqing of Xianlu sect. You know my name? Xiaohua was surprised. Fellow Taoist Xiao was the last one to come out. You were very impressive. I saw you from afar. Zhong Tianqing quickly explained. Oh. Xiaohua realized. Then his figure moved and was about to enter the illusion array. Zhong Tianqing quickly transmitted his voice. Junior martial brother Xiao, please show mercy. I will definitely thank you. Xiaohua flew in the air and slightly nodded at Zhong Tianqing. Zhong Tianqing's heart slightly relaxed. And not only did Zhong Tianqing's heart relax, Xiaohua's heart also relaxed. Since Zhong Tianqing wanted to plead for his junior martial brother, presumably that guy's cultivation level wasn't high. What was there for him to be afraid of? However, when Xiaohua flew into the illusion array and saw his opponent in the 4th round, he couldn't help but be stunned. That cultivator definitely wasn't an early or middle 12th layer disciple like he thought. It was a genuine late 12th layer disciple. Moreover, he even knew this person. Wasn't it Zhong Xiaohan of Xianlu sect? Zhong Xiaohan was obviously also stunned. Soon after, a trace of joy flashed across her face. But after that joy, it immediately turned into incomparable fear. Naturally, she must have also seen the miserable state of the middle-aged cultivator from Changbai sect being killed by Xiaohua. An early 12th layer disciple spent a lot of time to kill a late 12th layer disciple. This absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Xianlu sect and Changbai sect were both in Meng country. Naturally, they knew that middle-aged cultivator and also knew about that cultivator's background. Zhong Xiaohan asked herself. In her heart, she didn't have the confidence to win against that Changbai sect disciple. Then how could she win against Xiaohua? Zhong Xiaohan admittedly wanted to build her foundation, but seeing that even the Changbai sect disciple with a magic weapon wasn't Xiaohua's opponent, she could only be killed by Xiaohua. How could she have a chance to build her foundation? I only hope I can last for half an incense stick's time. Zhong Xiaohan muttered in her heart. She quickly bowed and smiled apologetically. I Xianlu sect's Zhong Xiaohan greets fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua just wanted to smile and greet Zhong Xiaohan, but his heart suddenly moved. He put away his smile and said coldly, we already met yesterday. No need to be so polite. Zhong Xiaohan's heart chilled. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I didn't know fellow Taoist Xiao had such magical power. I offended you yesterday. Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today. No need to say anything more. Xiaohua waved his hand and clapped his hand. He took out the white dust and threw it in the air, saying, today is a competition. Why do you and I have to say anything more? Fellow Taoist Xiao, I admit that I'm not fellow Taoist's opponent. I am willing to give you the things in my storage bag. I only hope fellow Taoist can casually exchange a few moves with I. If fellow Taoist can make me pass the time limit of half an incense stick's time, I will immediately withdraw from the competition. Zhong Xiaohan said pitifully, just like what Xiaohua said to others before. Humph, Xiaohua still snorted coldly. Previously, when you fought with my Imperial Thunder Sect disciple, did you show mercy? This. Zhong Xiaohan was at a loss for words. Who would show mercy in this competition of the Feather Immortal Assembly? When Zhong Xiaohan finished speaking, Xiaohua pointed his finger. The white dust emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. That brilliance took the shape of a round ball and smashed towards Zhong Xiaohan. Zhong Xiaohan smiled bitterly and clenched her teeth. She didn't say anything else. She waved her hand and a transparent icicle-like magic tool appeared in her hand. When she activated her magic power, palm-sized snowflakes with 6 petals flew out from the magic tool and blocked the earthy yellow balls. As soon as the snowflakes appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The spinning snowflakes absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and became even sharper. 2 snowflakes attacked the same round ball from different directions and easily cut through the earthy yellow ball. The brilliance on the round ball flickered slightly and was annihilated. Good. Xiaohua sneered and the spell in his hand changed again. A brilliant light soared into the sky from the speck of dust. That brilliance was divided into granules, like a wave or a storm in the desert, and they whistled as they charged towards Zhong Xiaohan. Seeing the power of the white dust, Zhong Xiaohan's pale face became even paler. She activated the magic power in her hand and struck a magic seal on her body. A milky white brilliance flashed on Zhong Xiaohan's body. A light shield was emitted from her Taoist robe and firmly protected Zhong Xiaohan. Oh, this Taoist robe is also a magic tool? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but his hands didn't slow down. He increased his magic power and an unending stream of brilliance from the white dust rushed towards Zhong Xiaohan. Pa 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 pa. A series of soft sounds like gravel hitting a sail or waves hitting the side of a ship rang out. The defensive light shield on Zhong Xiaohan's body continuously shook and its brilliance became somewhat dim. Zhong Xiaohan hurriedly activated her magic power and replenished the defensive light shield's magic power. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiaohua's second round of attacks hadn't arrived, she waved the magic tool in her hand again. A dozen snowflakes flew out and protected her. Explode! Zhong Xiaohan shouted in a low voice. Pa 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 pot. A dozen times in a row the snowflakes exploded one after another. The extremely cold spiritual energy in the snowflakes actually froze the earthy yellow brilliance around her. Immediately they turned into ice dregs and fell to the ground one after another. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, I'll let you experience I's methods. While speaking, Xiaohua took out a dozen fireball talismans and scattered them. He activated his Buddhist awareness and tightly surrounded Zhong Xiaohan from top to bottom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of explosions rang out around Zhong Xiaohan. The impact of the fireball talismans exploding attacked Zhong Xiaohan's defense from all directions. The powerful waves of air rushed towards her and made her almost unable to stand steadily. It was as if an incomparably huge force was attacking her. Zhong Xiaohan didn't have time to raise her head. She only scanned with her divine sense and immediately her eyes widened and her heart trembled. She saw Xiaohua standing in front of her, and a pitch-black iron rod had already struck her forehead. How did he fly in front of me? How is he so fast? I didn't feel anything at all. Zhong Xiaohan's heart was ice cold. This pure strength devil spear attack was precisely aimed at a cultivator's body. Its threatening and shocking power was far greater than any magic tool or magic treasure's attack on a cultivator's Tao heart. She felt the wind stirred up by the devil spear, as well as the chill of the devil spear itself, already close to the skin on her forehead, even causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohan had an incomparable insight into everything in her surroundings. She incomparably felt the closeness of death. At the same time, she incomparably experienced the changes in her own body. In an instant, a kind of understanding arose in Zhong Xiaohan's heart, a kind of indescribable understanding. Following this understanding, the true qi in Zhong Xiaohan's meridians started to liquefy. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Zhong Xiaohan's heart was wild with joy. She had been at the peak of the 12th level of qi refining for a long time, and she had finally waited for this moment. However, Zhong Xiaohan immediately smiled bitterly. She was going to die soon. Foundation establishment. What was the use? But at this moment Xiaohua's devil spear also stopped. It was tightly pressed against Zhong Xiaohan's forehead. He stopped and stared at Zhong Xiaohan. He smiled meaningfully and said, "What? Fellow Taoist Zhong? You still haven't reached foundation establishment? If you still haven't reached foundation establishment, I can't do anything about it." "What?" Zhong Xiaohan was dumbstruck. Xiaohua put away the devil's spear and said with a smile, "Quickly take a foundation establishment pill, or use some spirit accumulation talisman. This is fellow Taoist Zhong's own hard work. It has nothing to do with I." At this moment Zhong Xiaohan naturally understood. She didn't have time to thank him. She quickly took out a foundation establishment pill and stuffed it into her mouth. She closed her eyes and prepared to reach foundation establishment. Schwag from the horizon of the illusion array, a similar beam of light shot down. It covered Zhong Xiaohan and slowly brought her out of the illusion array. "Another achievement." Xiaohua smiled. His figure flew up and also slowly came out of the illusion array. Within the Buddha Sarira, another exceptionally brilliant Buddha light was born. After coming out of the illusion array, sure enough, that cultivator called Zhong Tianqing wasn't at the side. Presumably, he was escorting Zhong Xiaohan back to Immortal Music Sect's pavilion. Let's go. Today's 4 rounds are over. I need to rest." Xiaohua clapped his hands and turned around to leave. "Xiaohua." Not far away, Zhenyu shouted, "You came out so early? What was the outcome?" There was no outcome. That Immortal Music Sect's disciples suddenly reached foundation establishment, so I also came out. Xiaohua said with a smile. There's another foundation establishment cultivator today?" Zhenyu was somewhat incredulous. "I heard that in the previous Feather Immortal Assembly, it was already not bad if there was 1 foundation establishment cultivator per day. How come this Feather Immortal Assembly is only on the first day and there are already 2 foundation establishment cultivators?" Soon after, Zhenyu came to a realization. "And both of them were fighting against you?" Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, "I'm afraid my luck is good. I'm destined to enter the top 32. These senior brothers and disciples can't defeat me, so I can only let them reach foundation establishment." Maybe it's true." Zhenyu laughed but obviously didn't believe it. He said, "Then you should go back and rest. There are still 4 rounds tomorrow." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua bowed in salute and returned to the pavilion alone. The entire pavilion of the Imperial Thunder Sect was quiet. There wasn't any sound at all. Presumably, all the disciples were fighting to the death in the illusory formation, trying to find that slim chance of reaching foundation establishment. Xiaohua opened the restriction of his quiet room. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly thought of something. Yuan Bo and Minggu were eliminated first, so they must be seriously injured. Should he go and check on them? Xiaohua didn't want to see them at first, but after thinking about it, they all joined the Imperial Thunder Sect together, and Yuan Bo and the others had shown some intimacy before. Although he didn't know why they were so distant now, but they were seriously injured after all. From a moral point of view, it was better to take a look. Thinking about this, Xiaohua turned around and walked inside. Yuan Bo and Min Ji's rooms weren't together, and they were even quite far apart. However, when Xiaohua found Min Ji's quiet room, the door of the quiet room was wide open, and he heard Yuan Bo's hoarse voice from inside. There must be something wrong with that guy. Xiaohua frowned and increased the force of his foot. Who is it? The 2 people in the room immediately heard the sound. Minggu was shocked and roared angrily. Little brother Xiaohua came to see senior brothers? Xiaohua stood at the door and looked at the 2 people inside with pale faces and greatly damaged vitality and said with a smile. Xiaohua? Minggu was surprised and glanced at Yuan Bo. How did you come out so quickly? This seems to have just passed the time limit? Senior brothers, how are your injuries? Xiaohua avoided the question and didn't answer, walking in. Junior brother Xiao has good methods. You can actually last until the time limit. You really hid your strength well. Minggu glanced at Xiaohua and sneered. Junior brother Min. Yuan Bo scolded. Junior brother Xiao is shrewd. How can the likes of us compare? Minggu opened his mouth and then sighed, wanting to say something but hesitating. Little brother is also lucky to be able to turn misfortunes into blessings every time. Xiaohua said with a smile. Senior brothers, your cultivation is much deeper than little brothers. Maybe you were unlucky and met the experts of the Changbai sect, so you were defeated. Of course. Minggu said loudly. I don't know what that Sun Shu did to make them chase him out of the illusion array. Also, he provoked the conflict between the Changbai sect and my Imperial Thunder sect. Our cultivation is not much worse than the Changbai sect disciples. Their sudden attack made us lose the initiative and could only barely resist. It's already not bad to be able to escape with our lives. Junior brother Xiao was inside. I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and wanted to leave. He stood up and said with a smile. Since you are injured, senior brothers should have a good rest. There are no more battles left, your hearts. At this time, a loud voice sounded from behind Xiao Hua. Junior brother Min, you are wrong. How do you know junior brother Xiao's methods? Junior brother Xiao met an expert from the Changbai sect in the 3rd round. After a fierce fight, junior brother Xiao successfully killed that guy and really helped my Imperial Thunder sect vent our anger. Yuan Bo and Min Gu were very pale. They looked up at Wang Yun Xiao, who slowly walked into the room. Oh, senior brother Wang, you also came out so early? Xiao Hua cupped his hands and asked. Can you sing loudly in the 4th round? I am far worse than you, Wang Yun Xiao said with shame. I barely made it through the 4th round and immediately escaped. Then he glanced at Yuan Bo and Min Gu and said carelessly, Junior brothers, you probably don't know. Junior brother Xiao won all 4 rounds today and got 16 points. He is ranked 1st in my Imperial Thunder sect. Today, have I been in the limelight too much? I am only Qi Refinement Stage Initial Stage 12, but I actually obtained 16 points in a row. Truly dazzling. He Fang Yuan and Zhong Xiaohan, these 2 disciples, directly entered Foundation establishment, and these 3 points were actually given to I. This is something I never thought would happen. But, thinking about Zhong Tianxing's face full of concern and his words of entrustment, I was meddlesome. I only let her leave after the time limit. Why did I have to try? Xiao Hua was actually also curious. He remembered the matter of He Fengyuan entering Foundation establishment in the 1st round. It was when he used the demonic spear to kill He Fengyuan that He Fengyuan suddenly gained enlightenment in the midst of life and death, thus stepping into Foundation establishment. Thus he also wanted to give it a try in the battle with Zhong Xiaohan. He originally did not expect to succeed, but the reality was beyond his expectations. He really did let Zhong Xiaohan enter Foundation establishment. Although Xiao Hua and Zhong Xiaohan had only met once, Xiao Hua felt that Zhong Xiaohan was not bad, at least much stronger than his fellow disciple Min Gu. Thus he did not regret helping Zhong Xiaohan enter Foundation establishment. What he regretted now was that today's limelight was too much. Just as he was thinking, the quiet room's restriction shook as if someone had come to visit. Who is it? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. His mood was really bad now. He did not want to see anyone. When he opened the restriction, an unfamiliar voice came from outside the door. Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. Hearing this, Xiao Hua became angry and said coldly, Who is so rude? Directly calling me by my name? Are you Xiao Hua? 3 late-stage 12th layer Qi refining disciples rushed into Xiao Hua's quiet room, and the disciple with thick eyebrows and big eyes in the front shouted angrily. Get out. Xiao Hua said coldly. You're Xiao Hua? That disciple was also furious. I have something to discuss with you. You dare to speak such arrogant words? Get out. Xiao Hua did not answer and said coldly, If you don't leave, don't blame this young master for being impolite. You dare. That disciple's hand moved as if he was going to take something out of his storage bag. Senior brother Lu, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. A handsome disciple behind him quickly said. Hi, how can I not be anxious? This guy took my senior brother Fan's spirit pet and he's still so arrogant. Even if he comes to the Taiching sect, I'm not afraid. I'll definitely ask him for an explanation. That disciple sneered at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's heart thumped and he felt a burst of guilt, but he still rolled his eyes and sneered. You really are powerless. Today this young master met disciples from the Celestial Music sect, Profound Heaven sect and Changbai sect. Who are you? Even now you're still so stubborn? That disciple's face was ashen, and compared to Xiao Hua's previous expression, Xiao Hua felt a bit relieved. I am Lu Xishu of the Changbai sect. Quickly take out my senior brother Fan's spirit pet. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I am Hai of the Changbai sect. Another disciple also cupped his hands. Spirit pet? What spirit pet? Xiao Hua's face was blank. Lu Xishu took out the middle-aged cultivator's storage bag and said angrily, "Naturally it's my senior brother Fan's spirit pet? What else could it be?" Xiaohua looked at the storage bag and clenched his teeth. He shook his head and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. That damn senior brother Fan of yours never took out this thing. Who knows what kind of spirit pet he has?" Lu Xishu pointed his finger at Xiaohua's nose and said in a very exasperated manner, "What about me?" Xiaohua's face sank like water. "If you continue to be so rude, this young master will beat you up just like your senior brother Fan." This sentence was like a trigger and Lu Xishu instantly exploded. He jumped up and took out a small golden hammer. He laughed in extreme anger and said, "I want to see how much skill you have. Senior brother Lu, senior brother Lu." Hai was shocked and said anxiously, "Didn't the Tai Ching sect disciple warn you? You must calm down, calm down." Tai Ching sect disciple? Xiaohua's heart turned and he snorted. "When this young master came out of the illusion formation, I didn't take anything. It was the Tai Ching sect disciple who gave this young master my spoils of war. If you have any problems, you can go find the Tai Ching sect disciple. This young master has no interest in being pretentious with you. This young master doesn't care about your spoils of war. This young master just wants to take back what you shouldn't have." Lu Xishu was still shouting. But Xiaohua saw that only the Changbai sect disciple came and the Tai Ching sect disciple on duty didn't follow. He couldn't help but feel emboldened and pointed his finger. "Scram, this young master won't say it a fourth time. If you don't leave, this young master won't be able to resist killing you." "You?" Lu Xishu said coldly, "You're not even fit to carry this young master's shoes. I don't know what your damn senior brother Fan will think in the underworld." Xiaohua didn't get angry at all and said calmly, "Come, come, come." Lu Xishu swung his golden hammer and 10,000 rays of golden light shot out. "Damn it, is he really serious?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Stop." A decisive voice came from outside the door. A slightly old cultivator appeared at the door. It was a Middle Foundation establishment cultivator. "Greetings, senior." Xiaohua took the opportunity to bow. The Changbai sect disciples also turned and bowed. "I am Mingqing of the Tai Ching sect. I'm the captain on duty today." The Foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said, "I just patrolled this place. Why is it so noisy?" "Senior Mingqing." Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This disciple was meditating here." These unrelated cultivators barged in and almost caused I to go mad. "It's not like that." The Changbai sect disciple hurriedly explained and told Mingqing everything. They were looking for Xiaohua to ask for the strange insect. "That god power centipede is my senior brother Fan's spirit pet. After the battle, the spirit storage pouch was empty. Senior, please tell me if it's not in Xiaohua's hands, where else could it be?" Lu Xishu said angrily. "Funny, funny." Xiaohua clapped and said, "Did your senior brother Fan lose a dozen magic treasures as well? Do I have to compensate you too?" Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "I don't have any spirit storage pouch here. Where would I put your god power centipede?" At this time, a Tai Ching sect disciple hurriedly came and whispered in Mingqing's ear. Mingqing frowned and said, "You better say it out loud so I don't have to talk too much." "Yes." The disciple replied, "Senior brothers, the Changbai sect just said a spirit pet was missing. I immediately checked the illusion and there was nothing inside. If the spirit pet isn't in the Changbai sect, then it can only be in the Imperial Thunder sect. But my Imperial Thunder sect doesn't have a single spirit storage pouch. Where would we raise a spirit pet?" Xiaohua smiled. "Isn't there a video recording in the illusion? Did you check it?" Mingqi asked. "A video recording?" Mingqing's words were like a bolt from the blue to Xiaohua. Chapter 1624. Just as Xiaohua was trembling with fear, the Tai Ching sect disciple said, "Good martial uncle Mingqing, someone used a magic treasure in the illusion realm. The illusion realm's illusion formation was disrupted by the magic treasure's power, and all of the recorded images were destroyed. Nothing can be seen at all." Haha, these words were like music to Xiaohua's ears, and he was secretly delighted. However, he frowned and said, "Senior Mingqing, that's not good. My grievances can't be cleared. No, your sect must find a way to recover those records or else you can use magic treasures." Mingqing didn't answer Xiaohua's words and he looked Xiaohua up and down in shock. It's not this senior brother Xiao, it's another Changbai sect disciple. The Taiching sect disciple hurriedly said, and it's a fragment of a magic treasure. What? It was fine if Mingqing didn't listen, but when he heard it he was even more shocked. He was even more shocked than when he heard that Xiaohua could use magic treasures. After all, Xiaohua was only an early-stage 12th Qi refinement disciple. Seeing Mingqing looking at him, Xiaohua bowed with a bitter face and said, "Senior Mingqing, please make the decision." Mingqing smiled and said, "Since martial nephew Xiao doesn't have a storage bag, and the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple doesn't have a storage bag, then the spirit pet that the Changbai Sect disciple mentioned can't be on either of them. Besides, spirit pets aren't ordinary things, how can they be taken away so easily?" Martial Uncle Mingqing is right. Xiaohua was overjoyed. "I've never seen any spirit pets." Senior Mingqing. Yi hurriedly said, but before senior brother Fan entered the illusion array, there was indeed a spirit pet in his storage bag. "I saw it with my own eyes." "Then when you took senior brother Fan's body, did you check the storage bag? Did you find that the spirit pet disappeared?" Mingqing frowned. "I checked the storage bag, but this storage bag, it wasn't there." Yi looked at Lu Xishu, who was gnashing his teeth, and said in a low voice, "Yes, that's it. Since Xiaohua didn't check the spirit storage pouch in front of him, the things inside the spirit storage pouch had nothing to do with him. This is the rule of the Feather Immortal Assembly. All of you should go back." Mingqing shook his head and said, "Since senior brother Liao Zhouquan didn't come, it means that he knows what to do. If you have any other ideas, let him come to I or senior brother Rinzhu." In front of a Foundation establishment cultivator, Lu Xishu, Hai, and the others didn't dare to say anything. After bowing, they left with their tails between their legs. Many thanks to martial Uncle Mingqing for upholding justice. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "This disciple is endlessly grateful." Of course. Mingqing waved his hand and said, "The Feather Immortal Assembly is a reasonable place. How can you blame others for your missing pet?" "That's right," Xiaohua agreed. "Martial nephew Xiao, rest early. There are still 4 rounds of matches tomorrow." Mingqing nodded slightly and turned to leave. A few Taiching sect disciples followed him. Xiaohua walked him to the door of the quiet room. Looking at Mingqing's back, he couldn't help but feel very lucky in his heart. "Good boy, I thought I did it without anyone noticing. Who knew that this illusion array actually had such a powerful use? I'm sure the illusion array has already remembered my methods." After thinking for a while, he took out the Devil Spear Point and Devil Spear Shaft. Fortunately, the Devil Hammer wasn't remembered by the illusion array. Anyway, since Xiaohua had the Devil Hammer, he probably wouldn't use the Devil Spear Point and Devil Spear Shaft very often in the future. He wasn't afraid that others would know. Besides, in fights of magical powers, magical tools and magical treasures were the right way to go. Using force to break through magical powers could only catch the opponent off guard and couldn't be used too often. It seems that tomorrow I'll have to hide my abilities. I can't give them any more life and death experiences. What does it have to do with me whether you build your foundation or not? Xiaohua turned and entered the room. If it's Fairy Hong Xia, this penniless priest might consider it. Sai, Wanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect weren't placed together. I wonder if Fairy Hong Xia passed the 4 rounds today? Xiaohua thought to himself. He gradually calmed down and entered a meditative state. However, just as he took a soul-gathering pill and prepared to cultivate, the restriction of the quiet room flickered again. "Motherfucker, are you done yet?" Xiaohua was furious. He jumped up from the ground and removed the restriction of the quiet room. He didn't even bother to use his divine sense to scan the room. He opened the door and shouted, "Brats from Changbai sect, do you want to die?" "Xiaohua, what is the meaning of this? How can you treat Senior Liao like this?" Zhen Qing's very strict voice sounded. Senior Liao?" Xiaohua looked. Wasn't Liao Zhouquan behind Zhen Qing? At this moment, Liao Zhouquan's expression was extremely ugly. Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly bowed. "Senior Liao, it's all my fault. I wasn't talking about you." Then Xiaohua bowed to Deming, who was beside Liao Zhouquan. Junior greets Senior Deming. Deming's expression was also unhappy. He nodded indifferently. "This is bad." Xiaohua secretly complained. He regretted not using his divine sense to check first. "Martial nephew Xiao is amazing. My Changbai sect's disciples can be killed by you. Liao Zhouquan said coldly. Zhen Qing glared at Xiao Hua and scolded. What is going on? I know that you have always been humble. I'll let the 3 seniors know. Xiao Hua asked the 3 seniors to enter the room and sit down. He stood respectfully and told the whole story. Then he said, Disciple really didn't take any spiritual pets, so I can't take out any spiritual insects. Senior Deming, please understand. Oh, so it's like this. Deming's expression softened. He looked at Liao Zhouquan and said, This is Changbai sect's disciples' fault. Fellow Liao, you have to restrain them. I understand. Liao Zhouquan's expression was even uglier than before. He cupped his hands and said, I know about this matter. I have already told them not to harass Martial Nephew Xiao, but I will definitely punish them severely when I return. It's not about the spiritual pets? Xiao Hua immediately understood. Of course it's about the storage bag. So Xiao Hua took out the storage bag and threw it on the ground. He smiled and said, Senior Deming, Senior Liao, did you two come here for this storage bag? Liao Zhouquan threw the storage bag on the ground in front of him. His eyes twitched a few times. He looked at Zhen Qing awkwardly. Seeing Zhen Qing's cold face, he looked at Deming again. Deming sighed and reached out his hand. The storage bag flew into his hand. When he opened the storage bag, even though Deming was a late-stage golden core cultivator, his expression still changed. After a while he closed the storage bag and threw it to Zhen Qing. He said, Fellow Zhen, you also didn't look at it. Let's take a look first. Yes. Zhen Qing took the storage bag. Her expression was the same as Deming's. Taoist Zhen, now you should know why I'm so thick-skinned as to come and find you, right? Liao Zhouquan smiled bitterly as he spoke with sincerity. Sigh, Zhen Qing sighed again. She threw the storage bag to Xiao Hua and said, This thing doesn't belong to Fan Tong, right? Yes. Liao Zhouquan smiled and said, This is my annual tribute. Fan Tong is the disciple who gives out the tributes. Xiao Hua, do you think you dare to take these spirit stones and pills? Deming asked kindly. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiao Hua said curiously, I won these legitimately. Why wouldn't I dare to take them? Deming smiled and said, You're right. This is the rule of the Feather Immortal Gathering. Our Taiching sect should naturally protect you. But have you ever thought that what you won should be Fan Tong's personal things? But these are the common things of the Changbai sect. You don't know why you took them. They are all in Fan Tong's storage bag. Even if they are the common things, they are still his personal things. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said. Making him spit out the fat meat from his mouth really made his heart ache. Xiao Hua listened to Senior Deming. Zhen Qing scolded. The common things are naturally the common things. They won't be his personal things. Deming waved his hand at Zhen Qing, indicating that it was fine. He said, Of course, if the common things are too little and you say they are your personal things, our Taiching sect will also accept it. We will accompany you to carry out the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering to the end. But the amount of spirit stones and pills is so huge. Don't you think they might be his personal things? Xiao Hua muttered a few words, but he didn't say it clearly. Although the spirit stones and pills in my space are less than 10% of the things in this storage bag, those spirit herbs are not less than these. The amount is so huge that it is enough to make the Changbai sect and the Imperial Thunder sect fall out. It is enough for our Taiching sect to think carefully. It is enough for me to come out and discuss with you. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to speak again, Deming didn't give him a chance. He said, Little friend Xiao, don't talk about the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering. They are all set by people. Today it is like this, tomorrow it might be like that. Also, the Changbai sect gave enough face to our Taiching sect and the Imperial Thunder sect on the battle square. In I's opinion, little friend Xiao, you should stop while you are ahead. Rules are set by people. Today it is like this, tomorrow it might be like that. This sentence was like a thunderbolt that shattered the last bit of hope in Xiao Hua's heart. Yes, Xiao Hua was only relying on the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering. The Taiching sect had changed the rules. What was there to say? These rules are set by people. They are set by people with great power. I don't have the right to set these rules now. I have to accept these rules that don't exist yet. One day I will set the rules myself. I will set the rules that all of you will have to submit to. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Xiaohua, I have the same thoughts as Senior Deming. This storage bag still needs to be returned to the Changbai sect. Zhen Qing said softly. Also, 5 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Changbai sect have died in the battle today. Dui Mingyue of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and Qian Qingqi of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. This is only the first day. It is much more tragic than expected. I understand. Xiaohua was sad. Although these 2 disciples didn't say much to him, Xiaohua still felt uncomfortable when he thought about how they had died. Chapter 1625. A light green light flashed and a dozen odd green seal characters faintly flowed within the light. Following the light, they slowly flowed into the forehead of a female cultivator. Every time a green seal character entered the forehead of a female cultivator, the female cultivator's brows slightly wrinkled. When all the green seal characters entered, the female cultivator's face became even more unsightly and actually slightly pale. Fellow Taoist Dongshan. When these green seal characters enter I's mind, why is it so strange? Why does my head hurt so much? The female cultivator opened her mouth to speak. It was Xuanyan School's sect master Fairy Ingzhua. This was a rather large secret chamber. The secret chamber was flashing with brilliance from top to bottom, left to right. Within the brilliance, countless runes were faintly discernible, showing that the restriction was very strict. About 10 feet in front of Fairy Ingzhua, there was a dark brown figure covered in a black cloak. No matter how one looked at it with their eyes or spiritual sense, they could not see the figure clearly. The light green brilliance was emitted from the sleeve of this figure. What peeked out of the sleeve was a black furry finger that was only 3 inches long. Fellow Taoist Ingzhuak, I already told you that practicing talismans uses the power of the soul. Only with an incomparably tyrannical body can the main body not be harmed. The green seal characters bear the power of the world's soul. Although fellow Taoist is a nascent soul cultivator, learning the green seal characters will still affect fellow Taoist's soul. An extremely hoarse voice came from the black cloak, and the words were rather obscure. And I know. Since I cultivated to nascent soul from qi refining, what kind of pain have I not experienced? Fairy Ingzhua clenched her teeth and said, what does this pain count as? If this talisman is as fellow Taoist Dongshan said, and can let I step into the spirit-severing stage, then I will definitely comply with our previous agreement and agree to fellow Taoist's conditions. Talisman techniques are the most unfathomable Tao in the world, passed down from the mysterious immemorial era. What does a mere spirit-severing stage count as? If it wasn't for the fact that talisman techniques have long been lost in the Dawn Rain continent, why would fellow Taoist Ingzhua not trust one? Fellow Taoist Dongshan said with a smile, how about the cultivation method I passed to you? With this method, your Xuanyan school will be able to cultivate many outstanding disciples. Why worry about the school's prosperity? I'll let you know, fellow Taoist Dongshan. Fairy Ingzhua smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist's method is not bad, but after all, it is too overbearing. The first time it was used, only 3 disciples were lucky enough to survive. Although their cultivations are now at the 10th level of qi refining, the number of disciples who died is too many. The cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent only cultivate the Tao in the heart. They don't cultivate the body and the soul. Naturally, they can't reach perfection and many dharmic formulations are unsuitable. Forget it, fellow Taoist Ingzhua should focus on nurturing these 3 disciples first. Let's see how their futures are before we make our next plan. Alright, I will listen to your instructions. Fairy Ingzhua smiled and said, please enlighten me on the green seal text. Release your divine sense. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain said in a low voice. Then an extremely strange and awkward syllable came out from under the cloak. As soon as the syllable was spoken, an indescribable thing swarmed towards it like a swarm of bees. And when Fairy Ingzhua's spiritual will touched the syllable, she immediately felt a tremor from her bone marrow. Then the syllable turned into a wave and entered Fairy Ingzhua's Naiwan palace. How miraculous! Fairy Ingzhua, who was already a nascent soul cultivator, couldn't help but praise in her heart. How could she still have any doubts? After a long time, Fairy Ingzhua felt that her 3 souls and 7 spirits were brimming with satisfaction. She said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain, please continue. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain said calmly, tomorrow. Only one green seal text can be imparted every day. If there are more than one, it will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Fairy Ingzhua nodded. The two didn't speak anymore. The entire room was silent. Xiaohua sat upright in the quiet room provided by the Tai Ching sect. He read the green seal text on the white bone into his mind. Then he looked at the dim white bone. With a wave of his hand he put it into the space and placed it together with the previous bone. However, right at this moment Xiaohua discovered that there was a faint flicker of lightning on the white bone. Faintly there was an extremely dim silver light flashing. Moreover, when the second white bone entered the space, traces of lightning were also produced, surrounding the entire white bone and continuously striking it. What was even more strange was that these two white bones couldn't be placed together. They were placed at a fixed angle in the space. The two bones were only connected by lightning. These two white bones are together? Xiaohua looked at the strange placement of the two white bones and couldn't help but think to himself. However, there were only two white bones. How could he find any clues? According to Zhu Beibei, her white bones are in the Meng Mountains. Seems that if I have the chance I should go there and take a look. If I can gather a complete set of bones, what other strange phenomena will occur? Xiaohua was only thinking about it. The Meng Mountains were indeed too far away from him. He wouldn't consider it until he reached the foundation establishment or golden core level. What he needed to consider now was how to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. What do those two sword cultivators want to exchange for? Xiaohua thought of what Zhen Qing said before she left. What else could it be? Isn't it just a 6,000 years old darking spiritual grass? But I have never even heard of this darking spiritual grass. How could the Changbai sect have it in their storage bag? Since I have the lingy grass that master wants, maybe there is also the darking spiritual grass among those rare and unknown spiritual grass? Xiaohua pondered. His top priority was to know what the darking spiritual grass looked like. Only then could he know if it was still alive in his space. Then Xiaohua took an energy-gathering pill and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day's competition was also very intense. However, perhaps because of Liao Zhouquan and Zhen Qing's warning, the disciples of the Changbai sect and the thunder-controlling sect didn't fight as fiercely as the first day. Xiaohua also got a bye. His first opponent was a disciple of the Changbai sect. The disciple's cultivation was obviously not as strong as Fan Tong yesterday. He must have known that Fan Tong died in Xiaohua's hands. Before the fight he was submissive. If it wasn't for the Changbai sect's reputation he would have already surrendered. This kind of disciple. Even if he reached the peak of the 12th realm, how can he build his foundation? Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He was acting like a senior. Why doesn't he think about his own cultivation? A cultivator in the early stage of the 12th realm. He is in the late stage of the 12th realm and is likely to build his foundation tomorrow. Why would he fight with you for no reason? Especially when the outcome of the fight was very likely to be his own death. Although he came to the Feather Immortal Gathering to look for the opportunity to build his foundation, he knew that he would die if he fought with you. Anyone would be weak. Since the disciple of the Changbai sect wanted to compromise, Xiaohua had no objections. The two of them fought for a while. When the time was up, the disciple of the Changbai sect didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak. He actually escaped from the illusion formation first. That can't be. I still want to go out. Xiaohua was speechless. He flew out of the illusory formation and straightened his shoulders a couple of times. He wanted to show off his arrogance to the others. Of course, it was the first time Xiaohua had forced a late-stage cultivator to take the lead in escaping from an illusory formation at the Feather Immortal Assembly since ancient times. Unfortunately, in the entire square, every disciple in the illusion formation was fighting with all their might. The disciples who didn't have a bye were also using the time to conserve their energy. Who would pay attention to him? As for the next 2 rounds of competition, they were also boring. They were the disciples of the Profound Sky sect and the Taiching sect. Although their cultivation wasn't bad, the power of their magic tools wasn't enough. They were about the same as Xiaohua's fire crow net. Xiaohua only needed to use Zeng Qin to defend himself, and he was able to fight evenly with them. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't dare to do anything to build his foundation. When the time was up, he activated his magic tablet and escaped from the illusion formation. What Xiaohua didn't know was that as soon as he disappeared from the illusion formation, his 2 opponents let out a long sigh of relief. They looked relaxed. Yesterday Xiao Hua and Fan Tong made a big ruckus. Perhaps the disciples of other groups didn't know about it, but many disciples of the Thunder Controlling School had heard about it. Xiao Hua, such a fierce person, was actually able to kill a disciple who was holding a fragment of a magic weapon. Moreover, he did it while the disciple was still able to activate his magic tablet to escape. Who would dare to lower their guard? The second day of competition passed peacefully, but in the next few days, the situation seemed to have gotten out of control. Not to mention that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Changbai sect gradually broke out in anger. Zhen Qing and Liao Zhouchuan's warnings were gradually forgotten. Not to mention that the disciples of the Profound Sky sect and the Taiching sect, as well as the disciples of the other sects who gradually joined them, were also fighting with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Changbai sect. None of them showed mercy. As time passed, 2 more disciples of the other groups succeeded in building their foundation. Not only the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, but the disciples of the other sects also became anxious. It was as if time didn't wait for them. Every time they fought, they would disregard life and death. Even with Xiao Hua's methods, he was still in a very difficult situation. That night, an illusion formation flashed. Xiao Hua's hair was a bit messy as he rushed out of the illusion formation. He cursed as he flew, "Damn it, this young master can't build his foundation. Why would I fight with you? I already said it clearly, why are you still so stubborn? Xiao Hua, you must not leave." While he was cursing, a plain-clothed female cultivator rushed out of the illusion formation with anger on her face. She was holding a sharp sword in her hand. "Fan Qiao, fellow Taoist Fan," Xiao Hua muttered as he landed on the ground, "you've already escaped from the illusory formation. Of course you've won this round. Even though this is your Taiching sect, you don't have to go too far, do you? Your cultivation is clearly profound. Why don't you?" Fan Qiao saw that things were going south and could only put away her sword. Her face was full of unwillingness. "What? You're only happy if I kill you?" Xiao Hua asked with a cold face. "Why would I hate to die when I hear it in the morning? Foundation building, zip." Fan Qiao glanced at Xiao Hua, then turned and left. Chapter 1626. It's good that you can understand Ai's painstaking efforts. Zhen Qing nodded. There are many times when a person is not a free person. There are many concerns that restrict your actions. You have to compromise and give in. Xiao Hua nodded silently. He thought of Xiao Xinrui and 100 Herbs sect for no reason. Of course, little friend Xiao Changbai sect will also give some compensation. This compensation will make you very satisfied. Deming said with a smile. "Yes, the spirit stones and elixirs in the storage bag. Little friend Xiao can take 10%. Consider it as a token of our Changbai sect's sincerity." Liao Zhouquan continued. "Haha, thank you, Senior Liao." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "However, the elixirs in the storage bag are all for Foundation Establishment cultivators. There are even some elixirs for Golden Core cultivators, right? These are too far away for me." "Then what does little friend Xiao mean?" Liao Zhouquan was not surprised at all when he saw Xiao Hua talking about conditions. As long as he could talk about conditions, then everything was negotiable. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "Other than the 10% of spirit stones and elixirs, can your sect compensate me with a secret manual for refining weapons?" Liao Zhouchuan's expression changed slightly and he shook his head. "Little friend Xiao is asking for too much. My Changbai sect is good at refining weapons and there are many methods of refining weapons in the sect. However, those are all secrets of the Changbai sect. How can we give them to little friend Xiao? Of course, if little friend Xiao joins my Changbai sect, these methods will not be a problem." Asking for a sky-high price and asking for a low price, Liao Zhouquan was naturally bargaining with Xiao Hua. Even if he was willing to let Xiao Hua join the Changbai sect, would Xiao Hua dare? He would not dare even if you gave him 10 more guts. Therefore Xiao Hua's face was full of regret and he said with a smile, "If Senior Liao said this 10 years ago, I would not hesitate at all and join the Changbai sect immediately. However, I am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. How would I dare to betray the sect? Senior Liao should think more about how to compensate me." Liao Zhouquan shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look on his face. Then I'm very sorry that I don't have any refining methods or cultivation methods. Let's see if there's anything else I can help you with. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. There really wasn't much to ask for. The Imperial Thunder sect naturally had foundation establishment cultivation techniques and medicinal pills. Spirit stones and other medicinal pills were abundant in this storage pouch. Although the exquisite leaf scripture was incomplete, Liao Zhouquan definitely didn't have it. The same went for the dragon transformation art. What should I ask for? Xiaohua was somewhat distressed. Should I ask for something for Master Ling Yizhao? However, when he thought about it, he had never looked at the jade strip. He didn't even know what Ling Yizhao looked like. What if he had it in his space? Senior, please wait a moment. Xiaohua spoke in a low voice, and then he withdrew the jade slip that was given to him helplessly before he left before immersing his divine sense into it to take a look. And then a trace of a grin appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said to himself, "So this is Ling Yizhao." When Xiaohua first visited the 100 Herbs Gate, he obtained from Jiang Feng a batch of dried seeds that couldn't germinate. Among them 70% were dead and only 30% were alive. Among them were a few stalks of Ling Yizhao. Xiaohua could use the Chongbai sect as an excuse to give Ling Yizhao to his master. Under everyone's somewhat strange gazes, Xiaohua put away the jade slip and said with a smile, "Junior doesn't have any plans." Just as he said this, Xiaohua suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up as he remembered something. He said, "Junior doesn't have any plans. However, since Senior Liao is so kind, then Junior saw your sect's senior brother Fan use an incomplete magic treasure in the illusion. Possible, can you give that to Junior?" This. Liao Zhouquan was still somewhat hesitant. He said hesitantly, "That magic treasure is actually Fan Tong's private property." Fellow Taoist Liao, Zhenqing was displeased when she heard this and said coldly, "Xiaohua received your spirit stones and medicinal pills, and you said that they were your Chongbai sect's property, so Xiaohua had no choice but to return them to Chongbai sect. Xiaohua then asked for your incomplete magic treasure, and you said that it was Fan Tong's private property, so you couldn't give it to him. Then why don't you tell me in front of Senior Deming, what can you give and what can't you give?" Fellow Taoist Jen, don't be hasty. Liao Zhouquan waved his hand and 3 magic treasures flew out from his storage bag. They were a box, a short rope and a shiny ball. He said with a smile, "I have already prepared them. These 3 magic treasures are all suitable for little friend Xiaohua. Little friend Xiaohua can choose any one of them." Xiaohua's eyes didn't blink and his divine sense swept over them. He smiled and said, "Senior Liao, speaking of magic treasures, the Imperial Thunder sect also has many. Junior is only at the beginning of the 12th level of Qi refining. How many can I use? The magic treasures we have are enough. Junior has thought it through. I only want that magic treasure and I don't want anything else." Beside him, Deming also smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Liao, since you want to gain something, you can only pay the price." In Ai's opinion, without waiting for Deming to finish, Liao Zhouquan smiled bitterly and said, "Fine, fine, fine. Since Senior Deming said so, how can I refuse?" He said in shock, "Xiao, little friend Xiao? Why did you take 10% of all the pills? What are you going to do with the golden core pills?" Xiaohua was even more surprised when he heard this. "What? Didn't we agree on 10%? What's wrong with Junior doing this?" And that's it. Liao Zhouquan kept the storage bag and stood up. "Many thanks Senior Deming, many thanks fellow Taoist Jen." He then looked at Xiaohua. "I also have to thank little friend Xiao." Everyone stood up and Xiaohua bowed. I don't dare, I don't dare." After sending off Deming and Liao Zhouquan, Xiaohua turned around and handed over a golden core pill to Zhenqing. He smiled and said, "I don't know what this pill is, but looking at Senior Liao's pained expression, it seems to be a golden core pill. Please accept it, Martial Ancestor Zhen." Zhenqing looked at it and waved his hand. He smiled and said, "This soul solidifying pill is a pill used by the Chongbai sect to solidify the soul. I won't be polite with you. Martial Ancestor Zhen, do you have any other pills that are useful?" Disciple's master is only a foundation establishment cultivator. He has no use for golden core pills. Xiaohua took Fan Tong's storage bag and asked. There is no need, there is no need." Zhenqing laughed and said, "These golden core pills can be considered as free. In fact, when Liao Zhouquan said 10% of the pills, it was 10% of the total value of all the pills. He probably wanted you to take more of the building foundation pills, gathering essence pills and other pills. But before he could say anything, you took all the pills. You made him speechless. As he spoke, he gave the old jade scroll to Xiaohua and said, "Keep this jade scroll well. Even though the cloud-suppressing seal is a low-level magic treasure, it requires a lot of magic power. You're just a chi-refining realm early-stage disciple, you can't provide it. Wait until you reach the late stage." Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua took it respectfully. He felt that his magic power was comparable to a chi-refining realm late-stage cultivator. Since Fan Tong could use it, there was no reason why he couldn't. Rest early. Zhen Qing turned and left. There are 4 more rounds tomorrow. I don't know if the Changbai sect disciples can restrain themselves. Say this feather immortal gathering. Oh, right, the 2 sword cultivators from Huan country want to exchange something with the cultivators from the 3 cultivation countries. They didn't say what it was. You got so many pills for free, you can go take a look. Zhen Qing turned around and said after walking halfway. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. After Zhen Qing left, Xiaohua activated the restriction in the quiet room and sat down cross-legged. He took out the white bone, the cloud-suppressing seal and the jade scroll. After staring at it for a moment, he put away the cloud-suppressing seal and picked up the white bone. Using the mana in his hand, a wisp of samadhi true fire that was much thicker than before was born from his palm and burned on the white bone. Sure enough, with the addition of the samadhi true fire, the white bone emitted a faint green brilliance in the pure purple flames of the samadhi true fire. Not long after, crooked green seal characters that were somewhat similar to tadpoles emerged from the green light. Chapter 1627. Alas, no matter what, I can't make another foundation establishment cultivator. Although Xiaohua looked at Fan Qiaoer's back and felt very lonely, he kept warning himself that if he did it again and again, it would definitely attract the attention of others. In fact, Xiaohua himself also understood that on the first day of the Feather Immortal Assembly, there were 2 aura refining disciples competing with him to build their foundation. Moreover, the illusory formation had the function of recording images. Presumably, the disciples of the Taiching sect would take the time to watch it. Regarding this, Xiaohua had already thought of an explanation. He was strong and his magic power was stronger than those late-stage 12th layer aura refining disciples. That was all. Xiaohua's true samadhi fire and devil hammer also didn't leave behind any images, which made Xiaohua feel slightly relieved. Junior martial brother Xiao. Why were you chased out? Could it be that you took advantage of her inside? A giggling voice sounded. Xiaohua didn't need to turn around to know that it was Qian Diheng. What? Senior martial brother Qian, have you ever been chased out like this? Xiaohua had seen Qian Diheng a lot these past few days. He also felt that this guy was smiling mischievously and was easy to get close to. At least he wasn't as disgusting as Thunder Palace's Thunder Mountain Range's Zhen Qikue. Therefore he talked to Qian Diheng more often. Cough cough. I actually wanted to. But the people I met were all ruthless and cruel. Qian Diheng's words were somewhat weak. When Xiaohua turned around to look, he saw that Qian Diheng's face was pale and his expression was extremely dispirited. At first glance, it was obvious that he had used too much of his magic power to control that protective magic treasure of his. Senior martial brother Qian. If you can't do it, you'd better give up. Xiaohua kindly advised. Tu, an early-stage 12th layer aura refining disciple of the Thunder Palace, didn't give up. How can I give up? Word got out. Would you still let I mingle in the thunder-controlling sect? Qian Diheng rolled his eyes at Xiaohua and said unhappily. Fine, I didn't say anything. Xiaohua waved his hand. Just as he was about to leave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly started to condense in the air about 1 zhang to his left. In the blink of an eye, soybean-sized crystals gradually appeared. Someone wants to build their foundation. Xiaohua, who had seen Li Zongbao build his foundation, immediately realized. Qian Diheng also had a happy expression. He shouted, "It seems to be our group. I wonder who it is." While they were talking, a few divine senses swept over. They were Changbai sect's Liao Zhouquan, Imperial Thunder sect's Zhen Qing, Black Heaven sect's Jing Hao, Celestial Music sect's Tian Wei, and the other representatives. After identifying the illusion array, Black Heaven Sects Jing Hao and Imperial Thunder Sects Zhen Qing flew to the front of the illusion array. The disciples fighting inside the illusion array were the disciples of Black Heaven Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect. The ball in the illusory array gradually emitted a faint green light. Then with a flash of light, a disciple came out from the illusory array. The condensed heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surroundings swarmed towards that disciple. When Zhen Qing saw it clearly, joy appeared on her face. It was Qian Heng from the Heavenly Thunder Palace who had reached the foundation building realm. Then Zhen Qing waved her hand and cast out a seal that temporarily separated the heaven and earth spiritual chi from Qian Heng's body. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, Qian Heng. Are you going to build your foundation now? Or should I use the spirit accumulation talisman?" Qian Heng probably already had a plan in mind. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Grandmaster Zhen. I would like to use the divine accumulation talisman." "Good," Zhen Qing praised. She waved her hand and a shiny talisman flew out from her hand. It should have been prepared beforehand. The talisman landed on Qian Heng's head and sank into his body. A clear light flashed on his body and disappeared. As the clear light disappeared, the condensed heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surroundings also disappeared. The extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual chi also returned to normal. "Thank you, martial ancestor Zhen." Qian Heng bowed and thanked her. "No need. You can call me martial uncle from now on." Zhen Qing was in a good mood. She waved her hand and said, "You should go back to the quiet room to comprehend and stabilize your foundation. If you can't control it, it's better for you to build your foundation as soon as possible." Disciple understands. "Thank you, martial uncle Zhen." Qian Heng cupped his hands and returned to the quiet room. "Good, my Imperial Thunder Sect finally has a disciple who has reached the foundation building realm." Zhen Qing looked around and said with a smile, "You all have to work hard too." "Yes, disciple understands." Everyone bowed and answered. After Zhen Qing left, Qian Diheng waved his hand and said, "Let's go, junior brother Xiao. Today is another day. I need to go back to the quiet room to take some pills and recover my magic power. What about you?" Then he looked at Xiao Hua and shook his head. "You don't seem to have used much magic power?" I ran away as soon as I saw you. Of course, I can't compare to you when you used your magic weapon." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Let's go. There are only a few days left. After the group battles, those who can't enter the top 32 can relax." That's right. There are 13 sects participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms. On average, each sect can only send 3 disciples. I'm afraid I won't make it. Kuxingxi glanced at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "If fellow Taoist Xiao is like this, then it's better to turn back as soon as possible." Why does fellow Taoist Ku say that? Xiao Hua was surprised. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know. Kuxingxi said mysteriously, "This is already the 3rd day I came here." What you don't know is that those 2 sword cultivators only wanted this penniless priest to show them the items. They didn't even say what they wanted, nor did they say what they wanted in exchange. Tell me, how could this penniless priest casually give them the items? Therefore, there are many people like junior brother Xiao who come to test things every day, and all of them come out with their tails between their legs. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't have anything rare, then it's better to turn back and not waste time. So it's like that. Xiao Hua came to a realization. He raised his hand and pointed, saying, "Fellow Taoist Ku, look, someone came out." A cultivator who wasn't tall and had an ordinary appearance walked out of the pavilion with his head drooped. "Second brother, how is it?" Kuxingxi waved his hand and called out. That cultivator heard Kuxingxi's call and walked over. He looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "It's hopeless, big brother. I tried several times but couldn't get anything out of them. I took out a bunch of things but they didn't even look at them. You still want to go in and try?" "I'll go in and take a look. After all, Huan country has a lot of things that our 3 cultivation countries don't have. What if I have something they need?" Kuxingxi nodded and said, "Go back and rest early. There's still a competition tomorrow." After that cultivator left, Kuxingxi said with a smile, "That's I's younger brother, Ku Qiaoyang. Fellow Taoist Ku is really amazing. Even your younger brother is in the late stage of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. I really admire you." Xiao Hua said with great admiration, somewhat aghast. It's nothing. Although Kuxingxi's expression was somewhat proud, he still waved his hand and said, those two sword cultivators are really amazing. They're both in the early stage of the foundation building realm. After the time it took to eat a meal, it was finally Xiao Hua's turn. Seeing Kuxingxi's expressionless face, Xiao Hua knew this guy didn't have profound Yin grass. Chapter 1628. Fellow Taoist, you can go in. The Taiching sect disciple guarding the pavilion saw Kuxingxi come out and said to Xiao Hua with a smile. The smile on his face was extremely dull, as if he had said this sentence countless times. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and entered the pavilion. This pavilion was similar to the Imperial Thunder Sects, but it had fewer quiet rooms. There was a rather large carved wooden door in front of it. Xiao Hua could see that Kuxingxi came out from that wooden door. Pushing open the wooden door, Xiao Hua saw a large hall inside. Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe were bored to death sitting there. Zhang Yuhe even puffed up her cheeks and used her cherry lips to blow something in the air. Xiao Hua glanced around and saw a small purple sword flying back and forth in the air, just like a swimming fish. Cough cough. Seeing someone come in, Zhang Yutong coughed. Zhang Yuhe glanced at Xiao Hua unhappily and sucked the small purple sword into her mouth like a swallow returning to its nest. When Zhang Yuhe saw Xiao Hua, her eyes lit up. She pointed at Xiao Hua and said, Huh? Aren't you that sister? Zhang Yutong rebuked in a low voice, then cupped her hands and said, Fellow Taoist seems to have met before. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Presumably, these two sisters had seen too many cultivators in the past few days and had long forgotten his name. He cupped his hands and said, I, Xiao Hua, greet the two fellow Taoists again. Yes, Xiao Hua. Zhang Yuhe didn't seem to hide her forgetfulness. She slapped her forehead and said, Your name is too vulgar, I really can't remember it. Zhang Yutong looked at her twin sister as if she had been defeated. She waved her hand and activated the magic tablet on the table, activating the restriction in the hall. Then she put her index and middle finger together and pointed at the wooden door. A green brilliance hit the wooden door, and a circle of green brilliance rippled from the wooden door, instantly wrapping the entire hall from top to bottom. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit. Zhang Yutong pointed at the chair beside her and said with a smile, I wonder what good things fellow Taoist Xiao has brought to exchange with us sisters. Zhang Yuhe rolled her eyes at Zhang Yutong, and then a sly smile appeared on her face, like a little fox that saw its prey. She turned to look at Xiao Hua. Could it be the thing I told you before? Xiao Hua sat down on the chair and said confidently, I came precisely with this item. May I know what fellow Taoists have to exchange for? What? Is there really one? Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong looked at each other with a look of disbelief. They stood up almost at the same time and asked, You really have a 6,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass? Fellow Taoists, don't make such a fuss over nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I do have the profound Yin spirit grass, but I can't be sure of its age. I still need you two fellow Taoists to appraise it yourselves. Of course. As long as fellow Taoist Xiao has it, I will naturally know its age. Zhang Yuhe said anxiously, then the spirit grass. Xiao Hua said unhurriedly, the spirit grass is naturally in I's storage pouch. After saying that, he patted his storage pouch but didn't take out the jade box. Zhang Yuhe shouted, Take it out and let I see it. Fellow Taoists, please sit down first. We'll talk slowly. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile. Zhang Yutong frowned slightly and pulled Zhang Yuhe to sit down. She said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you waiting for a good price? Fellow Taoist, you can say that. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, looked around and said, May I know what fellow Taoist is going to exchange for the spirit grass? What do you want? Zhang Yutong thought for a moment and asked calmly. Do you have anything I want? This. Zhang Yutong hesitated and Zhang Yuhe said impatiently, We have spirit stones, best quality pills and a magic weapon, sister. Zhang Yutong stopped Zhang Yuhe again and repeatedly signaled her not to say more. Also, I have a 700-year-old mother-son spirit fruit in my storage pouch. It will be extremely helpful for you to break through. Zhang Yuhe looked at Zhang Yutong and still said it. Zhang Yutong sighed, looked at Xiao Hua and said, Sister has told you everything we have. Which one do you want? Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. What? You don't want anything? Don't you want to know what the magic weapon is? Zhang Yuha jumped up and said, that is a complete magic weapon. I don't have enough cultivation. I don't want any magic weapon. Xiao Hua said calmly, I only want your Xian sword sex sword nurturing and sword driving technique. Impossible. Zhang Yuha and Zhang Yutong said at the same time. Then forget it. Xiao Hua spread his hands, shrugged, stood up and said, fellow Taoists, please remove the restriction. I will take my leave. Zhang Yuha and Zhang Yutong waited for several days. Finally, someone came to give them spirit herbs. How could they let it go? Zhang Yuha walked over and smiled. Fellow Taoist Xiao is not a sword cultivator. What do you want my Xian sword sex sword driving technique for? Fellow Taoist doesn't need to worry about this. I just like to look and I am prepared to read all the spells in the world. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Xiao also got a sword pill? Zhang Yuha stared at Xiao Hua's eyes and asked. Maybe not. You can slowly guess. Xiao Hua didn't give in and answered. At this time Zhang Yutong also walked over and said sincerely, fellow Taoist Xiao, sword cultivators like us are not the same as cultivators like you. It's not that we sisters want to make things difficult for you. If you take my Xian sword sex sword driving technique, you won't be able to cultivate it. You will also delay your cultivation for no reason. This is really unwise. Xiao Hua smiled, this is I's hobby. Even if I just look at it I will be happy. Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe were helpless. After discussing for a while Zhang Yutong said, does fellow Taoist Xiao want my Xian sword sex sword driving technique? Or is it okay as long as it is a sword cultivator? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, Xian sword sex is the best. If it really doesn't work, other sword cultivators' techniques are also fine. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhe let out a sigh of relief. She clapped her hands and took out a sword-shaped jade slip. She said with a smile, I have a sword driving technique here. It is something from my declining sword cultivator sect. I can exchange it with fellow Taoist Xiao. However, let me say this first. I have never seen this thing before. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He reached out his hand to take it and said with a smile, this thing is naturally something that I picked up on the side of the road. It has nothing to do with your sisters. However, where Xiao Hua's hand reached there was nothing. Zhang Yuhe said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao is not kind. Why didn't you take out the spiritual grass? Xiao Hua's face turned red. He clapped his hands and took out the jade box containing the spiritual grass. He handed it over and said with a smile, I was too happy and forgot. Fellow Taoists, please appraise it. Zhang Yutong was also overjoyed. She reached out her hand to take a look. When she opened the jade box she was first pleasantly surprised, but then her face was puzzled. Finally she was actually a little angry. What? Is it wrong? Seeing that Zhang Yutong's expression was so rich, Xiao Hua, who had been staring at her the whole time, felt his heart sink. Zhang Yuhe was also stunned. She snatched the jade box. When she saw the spiritual grass inside, her face also showed incomparable disappointment. She clapped her hands and put the sword-shaped jade slip into her storage bag. She said coldly to Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you are making fun of my sisters? Xiao Hua was anxious and said, the age of this spiritual grass, is it not enough? Zhang Yuhe said helplessly, the age is naturally enough. Unfortunately, this is not profound Yin spiritual grass. How is that possible? Isn't this profound Yin grass? Xiao Hua said anxiously. But after he said that, he realized that it was profound Yin grass and not profound Yin spiritual grass. Thinking, he felt that he should take out the jade slip. No, it recorded profound Yin grass and not profound Yin spiritual grass. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what I want is profound Yin spiritual grass. Not this profound Yin grass. Zhang Yutong saw that Xiao Hua misunderstood and explained in a low voice. Profound Yin spiritual grass is a kind of profound Yin grass that grows in the profound Yin illusory realm. Although it is profound Yin grass, it is different from ordinary profound Yin grass. It absorbs a special kind of spiritual energy from the profound Yin illusory realm, so it is called profound Yin spiritual grass. AI, so that's it. I'm really ignorant. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He reached out to take back the profound Yin grass. Who would have thought that he would reach out to nothing? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Zhang Yuhe suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice. Immediately, Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe communicated with each other again. This time the two discussed for a longer time. It seemed that there was still some disagreement and their faces were actually red. But in the end it was Zhang Yuhe who gained the upper hand. Zhang Yutong sat back in her chair and didn't speak anymore. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhang Yuhe was somewhat proud of herself. She smiled and said, I discussed with my sister. Although your profound Yin grass is not profound Yin spiritual grass, its medicinal age is sufficient. And to tell you the truth, Tai Ching sect also promised to give I a profound Yin grass. It's just that the profound Yin grass is not as old as fellow Taoist Zhao's, so I decided to exchange the spiritual grass with you. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang. You don't need to thank me so early. Because your profound Yin spiritual grass is not profound Yin spiritual grass, I'm afraid I can't give you the sword controlling technique. What? Not the sword controlling technique? Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. He repeatedly said, Other than the sword controlling technique, I don't want anything else. I's magic treasure. Don't you want to see it? Zhang Yuhe said enticingly. Then she patted her storage bag and took out a golden hairpin. No. Without even looking, he waved his hand and said, This thing is of little value to I. I can't eat it nor use it. I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it. Zhang Yuhe didn't expect that even a magic treasure would not be able to move Xiao Hua. She angrily said, I persuaded my sister with great difficulty, and you're not going to give me any face? Today you're exchanging whether you want to or not. The profound Yin grass is in I's hands. I'd like to see how you're going to take it away. As she spoke, she opened her small mouth and the small purple sword flew out once more. Chapter 1629. Isn't this robbery? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. However, there was nothing he could do. Could it be that he had to report to the Tai Ching sect and say that his 1,000-year-old profound Yin grass was forcibly exchanged for a magic weapon by two sword cultivators? Not to mention that the Tai Ching sect already had the mystic Yin grass and wanted to exchange it with Zhang Yuhe. Would it be a problem for him to interfere? Just the origin of the mystic Yin grass was something that he would not be able to explain to Zhen Qing and the others. Truly a female bandit for no reason. Xiao Hua thought angrily, but his gaze landed on the flying sword cruising in the air. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said with a bitter face, How about this, fellow Taoist Zhang? I don't want your sword controlling technique anymore. How about I just want the sword nurturing technique? Sword nurturing technique? You really want to nurture a sword? Zhang Yuhe said, Without the sword controlling technique, what's the use of nurturing a sword? You don't need to worry about that. Xiao Hua still said the same thing. However, it's really too light just to nurture the sword. It can't compare to my several 1,000-year-old mysterious Yin grass. Fellow Taoist Zhang has a way to repair the sword pill. I can actually consider it. Sword pill repair method? Plus the sword nurturing technique? This time it was Zhang Yuhe's turn to shake her head. Oh no, the price is too high. Unless you take out two profound Yin grasses. Really? Xiao Hua was overjoyed. What? You have to? Zhang Yuhe's face was only slightly stunned, but there was no joy. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he felt regret. How could he have 1,000-year-old profound Yin grass just because he said so? Seeing Zhang Yuhe's reaction, he said, I want to, but I don't. I don't even want to. Zhang Yuhe rolled her eyes at him. Zhang Yutong, who had been silent all this time, said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, did you get a damaged sword pill? You want to repair it and use it? Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Zhang is right. Then, can fellow Taoist Xiao take it out and let I see it? Zhang Yutong stared into Xiao Hua's eyes and said, If possible, I have a compromise. This. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then with a wave of his hand he took out the smallest sword pellet and handed it over. He said, I obtained this by chance when I was training. I originally wanted to throw it away, but it seemed to be fun, so I kept it. How could Zhang Yutong believe Xiao Hua's words? She took the sword pellet and carefully examined it. She spat out a mouthful of true essence onto the sword pellet, but the sword pellet didn't react at all. Soon after, he expressionlessly handed it over to Zhang Yuhe. who had long been itching to give it a try. Zhang Yuhe looked at it even more carefully before casually tossing it to Xiao Hua and saying with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you really picked this up. What a piece of trash." Xiao Hua's heart went cold. He cupped his hands and said, "I'll listen to fellow Taoist's explanation." I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. The quality of your sword pill is indeed not bad. Even us sisters can't tell its origin. Unfortunately, the so-called sword pellet has the essence of the sword. Your sword pellet is completely dead, so it's impossible for it to give birth to sword essence. Naturally, it can't control the sword. Zhang Yuhe said without any trace of politeness, even if you take the sword nurturing technique and the repair technique, it's impossible for you to come back from the dead. AI, so it's like this. Xiao Hua sighed, waved his hand and put away the sword pellet. But at this time Zhang Yutong spoke again. However, after seeing fellow Taoist Zhao's sword pellet, I dare to rashly discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. What do you mean? Xiao Hua was surprised. Zhang Yutong clapped her hands, took out a jade slip in the shape of half a sword, and said with a smile, "I also obtained a sword controlling technique in my early years. Most of it has been damaged, leaving only the sword nurturing technique. This sword nurturing technique is somewhat unconventional and is different from the usual techniques of my Xian sword sect. However, from what I know, this sword nurturing technique has a unique effect on repairing sword pellets. If fellow Taoist Xiao is willing, I will reluctantly part with this treasure." Zhang Yuhe was stunned and said while patting her forehead, "Sister, I forgot about this thing. How many years has it been?" Then she said to Xiao Hua, "Sister, this thing can indeed meet fellow Taoist Zhao's requirements, but this sword nurturing technique has very high requirements. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please think about it." "AI, forget it, there's nothing to think about. I have no use for this mysterious grass, and the two fellow Taoists also have no use for this jade slip. If we exchange it with each other, it may have some value," Xiao Hua said weakly. Zhang Yutong waved her hand, and the half-broken jade slip flew into Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua didn't even look at it and put it in his storage bag. Zhang Yuhe couldn't bear it and said in a low voice, "That, fellow Taoist Xiao, if you find the mysterious grass in the future, you can also come to my Xian sword sect. I beg Master to see if he can give you a sword controlling technique." "Ah, thank you fellow Taoist Zhang." Xiao Hua turned around and said, "Meng country's mysterious illusion is one of the 10 most dangerous places. I don't know when I can enter it. At that time if I cultivate a sword pill, it will be too late, right?" Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Sword nurturing starts from the first grade, which is the first level of qi refining. Fellow Taoist Xiao, it's already too late to nurture a sword. Zhang Yuhe said regretfully. "It's okay." Zhang Yutong said with a smile, "According to the method in the broken sword, you have to nurture a sword at the 9th grade at the latest, which is equivalent to the 12th level of qi refining." "Really?" Xiao Hua was overjoyed. But then Zhang Yutong said with a smile, "It's just a possibility. The later it is, the less likely it is to successfully nurture a sword. In other words, it's impossible to repair it." "Ah, there's always some hope. Thank you fellow Taoists," Xiao Hua said with a bow. "In addition, I hope you two fellow Taoists can find the mysterious grass. I will take my leave." Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe opened the restriction and let Xiao Hua go out. Seeing Xiao Hua's depressed face, the other cultivator who came in later was secretly delighted like Xiao Hua when he just went in. Xiao Hua walked back to the Imperial Thundersex Pavilion with mixed feelings. As soon as he entered the door, he ran into Min Gu. Min Ji's expression was already very good, and his steps were vigorous. Seeing Xiao Hua coming in from outside, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his face piled up with an indescribable smile. "Junior brother Xiao, where did you go?" Xiao Hua originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but since the other person spoke he couldn't not answer. After all, they were from the same sect. "Just walking around, nothing important," Xiao Hua said casually. "Haha, it seems junior brother Xiao had a peaceful day, eh?" These words were normal, but the word peaceful provoked Xiao Hua's anger for no reason. Just now he didn't get the sword controlling technique, so he snorted coldly. "I did mess around, but compared to some people who can no longer participate in the competition, I'm considered lucky." "You're talking about I?" Min Ji's expression immediately changed. There are many disciples in the entire Bright Realm who can't participate. I'll talk about whoever I want, and I'll talk about whoever doesn't have the face to come up. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to him at all, and walked towards his quiet room. Xiaohua, you're good. What's so great about loose cultivators? Min Gu stomped his feet. Junior brother Min, what are you doing? Wang Yunxiao's angry voice came from the door. This is the Taiching sect. Why are you being mocked for no reason? Humph, Xiaohua sneered and activated the magic tablet. He entered the quiet room, and with a flash of brilliance the quiet room was sealed and the sound outside was completely silent. He really hated this guy now. Wasn't it just that his cultivation was more profound than his? Wasn't it just that he was still comfortably participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly, and he was already eliminated? How could you possibly know about yours truly's abilities? Xiaohua sneered and took out the damaged sword-shaped jade slip. He immersed his divine sense in it and carefully read it. Senior brother Wang, this guy is getting more and more rampant. He actually dares to scold me. At this time Min Gu couldn't help but say to Wang Yunxiao in the quiet room, why doesn't this guy die in the illusory array? He's wandering in front of I every day. I guess where Xiaohua went just now. Wang Yunxiao said mysteriously. Where did he go? Could it be that he went to the Utopia faction again? Min Gu asked. Yuan Bo looked at Wang Yunxiao and frowned. This guy's whereabouts are very mysterious. I'm afraid he went to a place that we don't know about, right? Yes, exactly. I saw him go to the Sword Cultivator's pavilion just now. Sword Cultivator? What did he go there for? Min Gu was stunned, but Yuan Bo thought for a moment and said with a smile, of course he went to exchange something with the Sword Cultivator. He was originally a loose cultivator, and I don't know how many lives he's taken. Naturally, there are some good things in his storage bag. Chapter 1630. As for Xiaohua, he had lost several thousand years of profound grass in exchange for an unusable jade slip, causing him to feel indignant. He closed his eyes and meditated for a moment before taking out the jade slip and carefully reading it again. When he had almost finished reading the jade slip, his eyes lit up. Oh, it can actually be nourished with divine sense. What kind of spiritual sword can this nurture? It's just that the possibility of nurturing a spiritual sword is too small. Xiaohua frowned again. Forget it. It's getting late and the sky is bright. Why do I have to participate in the competition today? Alas, why don't? Although Xiaohua thought so, he still couldn't bear to give up. When Xiaohua came out of the quiet room, he ran into other disciples. There were still a dozen or so disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect who were qualified to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. At this time they all came out of their quiet rooms. Seeing Xiaohua come out, Sun Shu walked a few steps forward as if he wanted to say something, but Xiaohua was in a bad mood. He glanced at Sun Shu and didn't greet him. Sun Shu was a little embarrassed, but he still walked beside Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, a disciple from the Earth Thunder Palace built his foundation yesterday. Did you know? Xiaohua glanced at him, then looked ahead and said in a low voice, what does other people building their foundation have to do with you? Sun Shu bit his lip and thought for a moment, then said, I was just envious. I don't know when I can build my foundation. Maybe it's today, maybe it's tomorrow, maybe it's the day after tomorrow. Xiaohua said indifferently, if you think about building your foundation every day, how can you have a calm heart? Without calmness, how can you build your foundation? Sun Shu was shocked when he heard this. It was like a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He didn't care about other people's gazes and bowed respectfully. Junior Martial Brother Xiao, please accept I's bow. Xiaohua quickly helped him up and said with a smile, I'm just saying. I'm not building my foundation, so it's easy for me to say that. Don't think I know a lot. Sun Shu knew what Xiaohua said was reasonable, but Xiaohua reminded him after all, so he was still grateful. Before the two of them even walked out of the pavilion, they were already bowing and supporting each other. In the eyes of some people with ulterior motives, there was naturally a lot of resentment. The competition of the Feather Immortal Gathering was coming to an end. Those who could build their foundation had already found their opportunity. There were many disciples like Sun Shu who were at the late stage of the 12th level of qi refining. They were so close to building their foundation, but they just couldn't find the knack for it. They were missing that sliver of opportunity. Just as a certain great cultivator had said, although cultivation was made up of 99% hard work and less than 5% chance, that less than 5% chance dictated your fate, and you wouldn't be able to exchange for it even if you used 100% of your hard work. Since they knew that they had come to the Feather Immortal Gathering in vain, all the disciples held back during the battles. Of course, there were also some disciples who harbored wishful thinking and blindly clung on to him. They wanted to use 100% of their hard work to exchange for less than 5% of the opportunity. Fortunately, in the next 2 days, Xiaohua didn't encounter any opponents that were too valiant. When the disciples of the other sects saw Xiaohua's outstanding flying skills, they basically gave up on trying to kill him. Instead, they carried out a rather disciplined competition with each other. Therefore, although Xiaohua's results in the first round of the Feather Immortal Gathering weren't good, they were definitely not bad. He was actually ranked second among the 20 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Other than Qian Mo from the Heavenly Thunder Palace, who was ranked 10th, he actually beat Kun Fian from the Heavenly Thunder Palace and was ranked 23rd among the top 32 disciples. Kun Fian was ranked 30th. Of course, those disciples who had built their foundation didn't participate in the second round of the competition. In the eyes of everyone, Xiaohua's ranking was really a little unbelievable. But thinking about it carefully, on the first day of the Feather Immortal Gathering, Xiaohua obtained 12 points and was ranked first in the Imperial Thunder sect. In the subsequent battles, Xiaohua mostly won and only a few lost. It was normal for him to be ranked second. Moreover, don't forget that Xiaohua had killed a disciple from the Changbai sect of Meng who had a magic treasure. If such a fierce person didn't enter the top 32, it could only mean that the heavens were unfair. This kind of result was worth mentioning to others, but in Xiaohua's eyes, this wasn't what he was happy about. On the second day after Xiaohua obtained the sword nurturing method, he carefully thought about how to bring the sword pill into his Naiwan palace at night to nourish it with his divine thoughts. He was surprised to find that in the heart of his Buddha Sarira, there were actually dots of Buddha light. These different colored Buddha light actually formed a faintly discernible Buddha fire. Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed because to nurture the sword pill, one had to rely on the nascent vital energy in the Dantian and nascent divine thoughts in the Naiwan palace. The Buddha Sarira had already taken shape, but the Buddha fire in the heart of the Buddha Sarira was still nascent. Could be used to nurture the sword pill. Naturally, Xiaohua didn't know whether it would be a spiritual sword or a Buddha sword that would be nurtured. What he was thinking now was to not let the several thousand profound Een grass be given away in vain. Moreover, the sword pill was also picked up for free. It would be a waste not to refine it. The sword nurturing method that Zhang Yutong gave him was indeed real. After Xiaohua sent the 9 sword pills and the small bucket that contained them into the heart of the Buddha Sarira, he began to comprehend the sword nurturing method. After several days of bitter cultivation, he actually gradually stepped onto the right track. The Buddha fire formed by the Buddha light was the same as sword origin vital energy or divine thoughts. It slowly covered the 9 sword pills and the small bucket together, slowly mending and nurturing them. Of course, Xiaohua was still somewhat baffled. He wasn't too clear on how the heart of the Buddha appeared in the Buddha Sarira. Let's wait until the exquisite leaf scripture is complete. There must be a detailed record inside. This was the method that Xiaohua thought of in his joy. Nurturing spiritual swords wasn't something that could be done overnight. Xiaohua didn't plan to use flying swords for the time being. He just let them be nurtured in the Buddha fire. After the first stage of the Feather Immortal Gathering, there was only 1 day of rest. This day was the same as the first day of the Feather Immortal Gathering. Through the battles these days, many disciples obtained good things that they didn't need from their opponents. At this time they could also take them to the square to exchange with others. Most importantly, some sects didn't want some of their things to fall outside. At this time they could also take advantage of the situation. The sects that had these things offered a price. Generally speaking, the other sects wouldn't refuse. After all, this kind of thing could happen to both sides. In fact, Xiaohua got so many things from the storage bag of Fan Tong of the Changbai sect that day. If it wasn't for the fact that the quantity was too large, the Changbai sect could also make a request to the Imperial Thunder sect at this time. Of course, the premise was that Xiaohua was willing. Xiaohua was a money grubber in his bones. How could he return the things that were in his hands? Therefore, he was too lazy to go to this kind of trade gathering. He closed his door and cultivated bitterly. However, when it was close to noon, the restriction of the quiet room suddenly shook a little. Xiao Hua frowned and opened the restriction. There was someone outside his door. Why is it this guy? Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and was stunned. It was Ku Xingxi of the Kunlun sect who was in line with him in front of the sword cultivator's door that day. Could it be, he knows that I exchanged profound Yin grass for the sword cultivators? Xiao Hua's face was a little gloomy and uncertain. He felt a little guilty. That can't be right. Even if someone is looking for trouble, it should be the Taiqing sect. Their profound Yin grass was lost, Xiao Hua thought, and could only open the door. He cupped his hands and said, I wonder what fellow Taoist Ku wants? Seeing that it was Xiao Hua, Ku Xingxi was very happy. He cupped his hands and said, I was wondering why fellow Taoist Zhao's name sounded so familiar. So it's really the fellow Taoist we met that night. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He smiled apologetically and said, What? Could it be? Fellow Taoist Ku exchanged for something that you deliberately wanted? How could it be? Who knows what those two sword cultivators wanted to exchange for? I and the other fellow Taoists knew that there were magic treasures that could be exchanged for, but we couldn't find what they needed. Then he asked Xiao Hua mysteriously, Did fellow Taoist Xiao exchange for that magic treasure? Xiao Hua shrugged and spread out his hands. If I were to exchange, would those two sword cultivators still be able to exchange with fellow Taoists? That's right, so I also know that fellow Taoist Xiao is also empty-handed like I. Ku Xingxi said with a smile. Xiao Hua was puzzled again. What? Fellow Taoist Ku came here today for this? Ku Xingxi shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. I was sent by martial ancestor Hanzhu to invite fellow Taoist Xiao for a chat. Hanzhu? Martial ancestor Han? Xiao Hua was stunned. He naturally knew that this Hanzhu was a senior who practiced Buddhist cultivation techniques. But, didn't he say that he would come to find me after the Feather Immortal gathering? Moreover, he repeatedly warned me not to reveal my Buddhist cultivation, so why did he send a disciple to find me? Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you know my martial ancestor Han? Ku Xingxi asked with a smile. Xiao Hua heard and quickly shook his head. I don't know, I've never seen your martial ancestor Han. That's strange. Martial ancestor Han specifically asked I to invite fellow Taoist Xiao. I thought that fellow Taoist Xiao was very close to martial ancestor Han. Ku Xingxi was also somewhat confused. I don't dare to disobey an elder's orders. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Ku, lead the way. Won't we know once we go and take a look? If we delay for too long, won't Senior Han be unhappy? That's right, that's right. Ku Xingxi didn't care about getting closer to Xiao Hua and hurriedly left with him. Just as they walked out of the pavilion, Yuan Bo and Min Gu walked out of their quiet room and looked at each other. The two of them also followed Xiao Hua and Ku Xingxi and watched the two of them enter the Kunlun sect pavilion. Yuan Bo and Min Gu looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. Min Gu transmitted his voice, Senior brother Yuan Bo, this Xiao Hua is becoming more and more strange. How does he know a disciple of the Kunlun sect of the Lian country? How would we know? But what we can be sure of is that there's definitely something wrong with this guy. Chapter 1631. Ku Xingxi brought Xiao Hua to a rather large quiet room. Hanzhu was sitting inside with his eyes closed. When he saw Ku Xingxi leading Xiao Hua into the quiet room, he waved his hand. Ku Xingxi bowed respectfully and left, not daring to say a word. Sit down. Hanzhu pointed at the futon beside him and said in a low voice. Yes, I will do as you say. Xiao Hua respectfully sat down. Then Hanzhu activated the restriction in the room. He stretched out his hand and pointed a few times in the air. A light curtain-like restriction appeared in the air and covered both Xiao Hua and Hanzhu. Finally, Hanzhu took out a small sparkling flag from his bosom and waved it. The world's spirit qi in the surroundings was sucked dry. Another layer of three-colored brilliance flashed. It seemed like another layer of restriction had been added. After doing all this, Hanzhu transmitted his voice to Xiao Hua. It's okay to be in the square in Taiqing sect's territory, but you have to be careful here. I understand. Xiao Hua also transmitted his voice. Didn't you say to contact me after the Feather Immortal Assembly? Won't it be much safer then? Ah, it's the same no matter when. Han Ju smiled and said, after the Feather Immortal Assembly, you will return to the country of Shi with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I have even less reason to look for you. Xiaohua nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The person in front of him was a gold core stage senior. In terms of cultivation of the Buddhist sect, he was even more unreachable. He could only be in a position arranged by others. I have been secretly observing you these few days. Han Ju's face was filled with gratification. He said, to be honest, I didn't expect your skills to be so good even though your cultivation level is not high. That spear tip seems to be a demonic weapon. You used it to perfection. It's really amazing. I don't dare. It's just a trivial matter. It's not worthy of your attention. Xiaohua said humbly. Not at all. Not at all. Han Ju shook his head and said, you don't know. Early in the ancient times, a group of cultivators only cultivated their bodies. They didn't cultivate their hearts or Tao. They could prove their Tao with just their celestial bodies. The Tao of breaking through with strength has existed since ancient times. Moreover, there is also the cultivation method of the Great Strength Vajra in the Buddhist sect. It emphasizes the strength of the body, becoming a saint with your physical body. Envy appeared in Xiaohua's eyes as he said in a low voice, it's a pity that Junior doesn't have such a technique and can only barely win in the battle. Hee, that's exactly why I called you here today. Han Ju smiled and said, I wonder if you understood the golden puppet I gave you last time? Senior, please understand. Junior has seen a few superficial ones, and only feels that the profoundness within is limitless. Xiaohua nodded and said, but this golden NI seems to be incomplete. Great. Han Ju clapped and said, it's just as you said. This is only the first half of the golden centipede. Yes, or perhaps it's the first part. As for the golden centipede after that, I don't have it myself. Then, Xiaohua somewhat understood. His eyes turned and asked, where can I find it? Do you know the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Han Ju stared at Xiaohua and asked. Junior has seen it in a secret manual. Seems to be a very dangerous place. As for where it is, Junior doesn't know. Xiaohua said honestly. Yes, in fact, the so-called ruins of the Buddhist sect is just a general name. The real core is located. Besides this old man, I'm afraid no one else in this world knows. Han Ju sighed. According to this old man's estimation, the second half of the golden centipede as well as many Buddhist sect cultivation methods are also inside. Xiaohua's heart moved. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior means, could it be that you want Junior to go with Senior? Han Ju glanced at Xiaohua and shook his head, you want to go. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. This old man wants to help you but I can't. Good, that's good. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief and secretly shouted in his heart. He was really afraid that Han Ju wanted him to go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. In front of Han Ju, his cultivation was like a chicken. If he went, he would only be used by others. As if he could understand Xiaohua's thoughts, Han Ju glared at Xiaohua and coldly snorted. Look at you, how can you become a capable person? If this old man goes to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I will definitely go by myself. Bringing you along will only be a burden. Are you afraid that this old man will harm you? Xiaohua said in panic. Junior doesn't dare. Junior's cultivation is too shallow. I don't dare to go to those dangerous places. Sigh, it's not your fault. Han Ju sighed. Nowadays the cultivation world is full of intrigue and intrigue. It's a life and death struggle. Where is the peace and prosperity of the Buddhist sect? The Buddhist sect's prosperous paradise is not something you can imagine. Paradise? Xiaohua was stunned. What kind of place is that? What is recorded in the Golden Centipede is the Buddhist sect's ruins. As for whether there is still a paradise in this world after the Buddhist sect is destroyed, this old man doesn't know. Actually, to tell you the truth, Xiaohua, this old man has been searching for where the Buddhist sect went. What? Wasn't the Buddhist sect destroyed? Xiaohua asked in disbelief. Isn't this what Senior said? Little guy, don't forget that the Buddhist sect is the same as the Taoist sect. If someone says that the cultivation world was destroyed by the Buddhist sect, do you think it's possible? Xiaohua frowned and thought for a long time, then shook his head and said, if it's my Imperial Thunder sect or the Kunlun sect that was destroyed, then it's possible. Even the entire country of Shi or the country of Lian was destroyed, but how could the cultivation orthodoxy be destroyed? Isn't there still the Cultivation Alliance in the far west? That's right. Han Zhu clapped and said, a sect of the Buddhist sect can be destroyed, but the orthodoxy of the Buddhist sect will definitely not be destroyed. As for where they went, that's really a mystery. Moreover, since the Buddhist sect's ruins are in our 3 cultivation countries, and our 3 cultivation countries are so isolated from the Cultivation Alliance in the far west, don't you think there's a problem? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This junior only heard of the Cultivation Alliance before coming to the Feather Immortal Assembly. This junior has never thought about the Buddhist sect. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to cultivate the Vajra body? Vajra body? Xiao Hua was startled, then he quickly shook his head. This junior only needs the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation method. I don't dare to think about other things. You really don't want it? Han Zhu smiled and said, this old man saw that your divine strength was incomparable, so I wanted to teach you the incomplete cultivation method in my hands. There really is such a cultivation method? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. With that, Han Zhu clapped his hand and another golden puppet appeared in his hand. He asked, there is indeed such a cultivation method. However, the cultivation method of the Vajra body is different from the cultivation method and the cultivation method of the body cultivator. In this old man's opinion, it's really inconceivable. Xiao Hua reached out his hand but withdrew it again. He shook his head and said, even senior finds it difficult. This junior doesn't want to see it. Take it. Han Zhu waved his hand and the golden puppet flew to Xiao Hua. Han Zhu said in a lonely tone, it is fate that the Buddhist sect's cultivation method can be successfully cultivated by you and me. If this old man doesn't give you the Vajra body's cultivation method, who else can I give it to? Besides, the Vajra body is also an ultimate technique of the Buddhist sect. Cultivating it together with the relic can complement each other. Your relic's cultivation method is too low level. Perhaps you can use this Vajra body to make up for it. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted and said with a smile, I don't dare to refuse the elder's gift. This junior thanks you. Han Zhu waved his hand, then took out a small pale golden Buddha from his storage bag. He flew to Xiao Hua and said, take this thing first. When your cultivation reaches the middle or late stage of foundation establishment, then immerse your divine sense into it. There will be a message left for you by this old man inside. Remember, it's best to look at it when you're at the late stage of foundation establishment. There's no benefit in looking at it earlier. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Hua kept the small golden Buddha and replied respectfully. After that, Han Zhu didn't ask Xiao Hua anything else. He closed his eyes and slowly told Xiao Hua about some of his experiences, taboos and detours in cultivating the Buddhist sect's relic. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard it and quickly memorized it in his heart. After a long time, Han Zhu reminded Xiao Hua, during these few days of the Feather Immortal Assembly, if you have time, you can come to this old man's place. If someone asks, just say that this old man met you when he was traveling in the country of Shi and had a good impression of you. I gave you some pointers. Yes, this is not a problem. This kid used to be a loose cultivator. This answer is the best. Xiao Hua stood up respectfully and said, oh, this is this old man's keepsake. However, when it comes to refining elixirs, it is far inferior to the Taoist sect. Chapter 1632. Is that so? Xiao Hua smiled and picked up the other medicinal pill, respectfully delivering it in front of Han Zhu. Senior, you've given me a lot of pointers, so this medicinal pill is my filial piety. Han Zhu glanced at Xiao Hua and nodded. Fine, I really do need this medicinal pill, so I won't argue with you. If it weren't for this mind enchantment fruit being too hard to find, I'd also refine some myself. As he spoke, he very casually put it away. To Taoist cultivators, this mind nourishment pill only mends divine sense, but to Buddhist cultivators, it's nurturing relics. Han Zhu also didn't hold back and said in a low voice, when your cultivation reaches core formation, you can also try taking it yourself. Xiao Hua put the medicinal pills into his storage pouch and said with a wry smile, I don't even dare to hope for foundation establishment, so how can I dare to think about core formation now? Ah, I won't say much, you'll naturally know in the future. Hanju laughed loudly and waved his hand, indicating for Xiaohua to leave. Just as Hanju opened the quiet room's restriction, Xiaohua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, "Senior, I'll take the liberty to ask, what? Is there something else?" Hanju stared blankly. That Senior definitely has the pill formula for the mind nourishment pill, right? What's this mind enchantment fruit? If possible, can Senior bestow the pill formula for the mind nourishment pill to me? Xiaohua said somewhat hesitantly, "If I come across it in the future, I can also exchange it to show my filial piety to Senior." Okay, this pill formula isn't anything special. I obtained it from a Changbai Sect Foundation establishment cultivator in my early years. Hanju didn't hide it, waving his hand and a jade slip flew out. Xiaohua received it, then bowed and took his leave, leaving the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, Kuxingxi had been waiting respectfully the whole time. Seeing Xiaohua come out, he hurriedly welcomed him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiaohua had already seen him and immediately cupped his hands with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Ku, so your sect's senior Hanju is a senior I met in my early years when I was traveling. I didn't know his name before, but now that I've met him again I'm really happy." Fellow Taoist Zhao's a lucky chance. Kuxingxi's face was full of envy. Martial ancestor Hanju probably has a good reputation in our humble sect. He's very approachable. Fellow Taoist Xiao must have received a lot of guidance in his early years. Xiaohua nodded. That's right. Back then I didn't know that Senior Hanju was a core formation cultivator. I even thought he was a foundation establishment cultivator. After a few more words, Xiaohua cupped his hands and took his leave. When Xiaohua walked out of the Kunlun sect's pavilion, Yuan Bo and Min Gu, who had been waiting outside for a long time, immediately followed from a distance, wanting to see where Xiaohua was going. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would return to his quiet room and not come out for the whole night, until the next morning? Not waiting for Xiaohua to open the restriction of the quiet room, the walls of the quiet room flashed with brilliance. Who's visiting so early? Xiaohua opened his eyes and thought somewhat unhappily. Yesterday when he returned to the quiet room he carefully savored the cultivation experience of the Buddhist sect's Sarira that Hanju had told him. He firmly remembered every word and sentence in his heart and thought about it over and over again. At this moment he was still comparing them with his own Sarira with great interest. Now that he saw someone come to visit he was naturally unhappy. When he opened the restriction of the quiet room he heard Sun Shu's voice. "Junior Martial Brother Xiao, hurry, hurry. The second stage of the competition is about to be announced. Many disciples have already gone out to wait. Junior Martial Brother Xiao is in the middle of the competition. Could it be that you're not anxious?" "Anxious?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This 23rd place was really a bit too much. According to his previous thoughts he didn't plan to enter the top 32 at all. However, seeing Sun Shu greet him, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior Martial Sister Sun, I was really lucky to be able to enter the top 32. The second stage of the competition is even more intense. I don't dare to have extravagant hopes." Sun Shu waved her hand and said, "Hurry up and go. We've already entered the second stage of the competition. How can it still be up to you? Didn't you hear? The disciples who just entered the top 10 will all get a reliance pill." "What? Reliance pill?" "The legendary medicinal pill that can increase one's chances of reaching foundation establishment?" Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he said anxiously, "This thing? Our Imperial Thunder sect doesn't even know what kind of spiritual grass to use. How can their Taiching sect have it?" Sun Shu smiled and shook her head. "How would I know? It's all said by others. But since someone said it, there's naturally a source of information. It's better to believe it than not." "That's right." Xiaohua's heart was also filled with energy. He quickly followed Sun Shu out of the pavilion. At this time there were already many people in the square. They were all disciples from various sects who came to watch the competition. Xiaohua and the others stood still and waited for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. In the air in front of the square, there was a loud bang as a signal similar to a firework exploded. Immediately after, a huge light screen appeared where the firework came from. The light screen was overflowing with colorful lights and all kinds of colors mixed with each other. It was like a pot of porridge that had been opened. Little friends, Which one of you will go first? I will go first. The golden core cultivator of the immortal ascending sect, Yang Fan, stepped forward and smiled. I will send Su Fu Wu Qiming and He Shoujing to the top 32. As he said that, 3 shiny tokens appeared in his hand. Yang Fan waved his hand and the 3 tokens flew into the lower half of the flowing light. The entire brilliance scattered and the 3 tokens could be seen flying around casually. After a while, each of them flew into a different grid. Su Fu's name landed on the 16th grid, Wu Qiming's name landed on the 5th grid, and He Shoujing's name landed on the 18th grid. Great. Yang Fan clapped his hands and smiled. Ai's luck is not bad. As he spoke, he retreated to the side. It's Ai's turn. The golden core cultivator of the immortal music sect, Tian Wei, stepped forward with a smile and said, My immortal music sect only has 2 disciples in the top 32. Yang Fan, who was beside him, smiled and said, Your immortal music sect already has a female disciple in the foundation establishment stage. What are you not satisfied with? Tian Wei laughed and waved his hand. 2 shiny tokens also flew into the air. After a while, 2 tokens appeared. One was Zhong Tianxing, who landed on the 11th place, and the other was Li Yu, who landed on the 31st place. Ai's luck is not bad too. Tian Wei smiled and retreated half a step. Zhen Qing stepped forward and said, My thunder-controlling sect has 3 disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Let's see Ai's luck. As she spoke, she also threw 3 tokens into the air. In a moment, the results were revealed. However, Zhen Qing's expression was a little absent-minded. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. Looks like Ai's luck is not as good as yours. Everyone in the square was also discussing. Qian Mo's token landed on the 3rd place, while Xiao Hua and Kun Fian's tokens landed on the 20th and 19th places respectively. Chapter 1633. Kun Fian, who was standing not too far away from Xiao Hua, had a bad look on her face. In the first round of the competition, her ranking was not as good as Xiao Hua's. If it was another group, perhaps the ranking would not be comparable. However, she was in the same group as Xiao Hua. Their opponents were exactly the same. If Xiao Hua could suppress her, Xiao Hua's cultivation would definitely be higher than hers. She really did not expect that Xiao Hua, who only knew how to run away during the selection of the Imperial Thunder Sect, would improve so much in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Although she did not break through to the Foundation Establishment stage through the life and death competition of the Feather Immortal Assembly, her cultivation did indeed improve. Not only her but Li Xiaoxiao, Sun Shu and the others also improved. However, compared to Xiao Hua, they were still too far away. Compared to Kun Fian, Xiao Hua's expression was very normal. It seemed that there was no change at all. This made Kun Fian feel that Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve. Then the Golden Core stage representatives of the various sects also threw out the nameplates of their disciples. The 32 disciples were finally arranged: Meng Country, Celestial Ascension Sect, Su Fu 16th, Wu Qiming 5th, He Shoujing 18th, Xianle Sect, Zhong Tianxing 11th, Li Yu 31st, Chongbai Sect, Ma Junmin 15th, Lu Xishu 27th, Taiqing Sect, Fan Qiaoer 10th, Xiaoming Han 21st, Lian Country Nanming Sect, Lu Qi 4th, Yang Difu 30th, Xie Xiaoxing 6th, Kunlun Sect, Kuxingxi 25th, Zhang Haoren 13th, Xian Tian Sect, Yan Feiming 9th, Zhang Yihao 32nd, Utopia Sect, Yang Fongqing 8th, Zhang Xian 24th, Shi Country Huanhua Sect, Kai Hongxia 2nd, Yun Greichong 28th, Zhang Shiqian 22nd, Imperial Thunder Sect, Qian Mo 3rd, Xiao Hua 20th, Kun Fian 19th, Xuanyan Sect, Zhuqing Yuan 17th, Zhang Xiaojiang 29th, Qiqiao Sect, Qian Ming 7th, Xing Xiangguan 14th, Wei 26th, Shang Huazong, Fan Wentao 1st, Lv Yanyan 12th, Qi Xiqin 23rd. Zhen Qing was originally in a bad mood. However, when she saw that there were 3 disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect among the 32 disciples, which was more than the previous Feather Immortal Gathering's 2 disciples. It was even more than the number of disciples from the Xuanyan school in the country of Xi. As for Xiaohua, he looked at his own position. After fighting with Kun Fian, his next match would be against the winner of Zhang Xiaojiang and Yang Difu's match. One of them was taught by Xuanyan, the other from Nanming sect. He wasn't familiar with them, so he didn't know how much stronger they were compared to him. Alright, disciples, your seats have been arranged. Go back and rest for a while. After an hour, we will begin the second stage of the Feather Immortal Gathering. Renju said loudly. After everyone left the square, the Golden Core stage masters from the various sects also descended from the sky. Jiang Changhong from Xuanyan sect had an ugly expression on her face. When she saw Zhen Qing, she mocked herself. Fellow Taoist Zhen, congratulations. This year not only did you have a disciple in the foundation establishment stage, there are also 3 disciples who entered the second stage. That Qianmo is actually ranked 10th among the 32 disciples. This is really worthy of congratulations. Zhen Qing's face was also filled with regret. Sigh, that is the reward for the disciples' hard work. Furthermore, the points of the first stage are also related to the groups. If your sect was in the same group as the Imperial Thunder sect, I'm afraid that there would be more disciples entering. Seeing Zhen Qing's humility, Jiang Changhong's mood was slightly better. She nodded and said, yes, this is also luck. Of course, I's luck is not good. It's a pity that when 2 disciples went up, they were both from the same sect. Only 1 disciple can enter the second stage. What a pity. Fellow Taoist Zhen, out of these 2 disciples, who do you think will win? Zhen Qing looked at Jiang Changhong in confusion. She didn't understand why he was so concerned about the Imperial Thunder sect disciples. I was just casually asking. Jiang Changhong quickly smiled and said, I'm sure that there are many disciples who didn't participate in the second stage of the competition who are very curious, right? Fellow Taoist Jiang is right. Zhen Qing pondered for a moment. She hesitated for a moment and said, according to I's observation, Xiaohua should win. But this Xiaohua seems to only be at the early stage of the qi refining stage. Although he has advanced by leaps and bounds in this period of time and seems to be showing signs of entering the middle stage, compared to that female disciple called Kun Fian, he is still lacking by quite a bit, right? Stage is only one aspect. Zhen Qing said. She suddenly paused and smiled. Wouldn't you know if you look at their rankings? Xiaohua's ranking is higher than Kun Fian's. That's right, that's right. Jiang Changhong smiled and walked away. Strange, why would this guy be so interested in a qi refining cultivator from my Imperial Thunder sect? Zhen Qing was puzzled. Fellow Taoist Zhen, not far away, Xiong Fei called out. The 2 female sword cultivators from the Xianjian sect have already stayed in the Hao realm for quite some time. It seems like they haven't found what they want yet. Should we go and take a look? What good things can a small cultivator of the drawing sword first stage have? Zhen Qing smiled. I heard the disciples say that they have magic treasures. Why don't we go take a look? Then fellow Taoist Xiong, please. Zhen Qing nodded and said. Not to mention that Zhen Qing and Xiong Fei went to see Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe. Xiaohua followed everyone back to the pavilion. Just as he sat down in the quiet room, he saw Qian Diheng calling for him. What? Martial Uncle Zhen, you called me over? What's the matter? Xiaohua was very surprised. Qian Diheng smiled. What can it be? It's just a routine encouragement. It seems that senior martial brother Qianmo already went over. Alright. Xiaohua followed Qian Diheng into Zhen Yu's quiet room. Zhen Yu's quiet room was a little dark. Zhen Yu sat on the chair at the head of the table. Xiaohua stood about 10 feet in front of Zhen Yu respectfully. After waiting for a while, Zhen Yu didn't say anything. Xiaohua felt a little strange and sneaked a glance in front of him. Coincidentally, Zhen Yu was also looking at Xiaohua. Their gazes met and Zhen Yu smiled. Xiaohua, I called you over today to ask your opinion about the Feather Immortal Gathering. It's pretty good. When the disciples of the various sects spar, not only can they get to know each other better, they can also increase their cultivation. This kind of competition should be held frequently. Xiaohua blurted out. Zhen Yu laughed and shook his head. Don't keep me in suspense. Your master and I are old friends. If he was here, he definitely wouldn't say such things. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Then I'll have to ask Martial Uncle Zhen for advice. What do I have to say? If you didn't know when you first came here, how could you not know now? Zhen Yu sneered. Now, how could you not know that the Feather Immortal Gathering is an opportunity for the disciples of the various sects to fight each other to the death? It's an opportunity for them to grow amidst the bloodshed. Xiaohua was speechless and didn't reply. Actually, I've been observing you. Ever since you registered for the Feather Immortal Gathering's disciple selection at the Diligent Thunder Hall, I've been paying attention to you. Zhen Yu said in an amiable manner. At that time, your flying speed was extremely fast, but your cultivation wasn't very good. Therefore, you were lucky enough to obtain the last qualification to participate in the Feather Immortal Gathering. I won't hide it from you. That day I wanted to persuade your master. He might not know what the Feather Immortal Gathering is like, but I know it very well. However, participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering is an honor for the Imperial Thunder Sect. Your myriad Thunder Valley hasn't had a disciple participate in it for many years. I can't embarrass you. After coming to the Hao realm, I have been secretly protecting you. I don't want you to get injured during the competition. I'm sure you don't know about this. Xiaohua said respectfully. How would I know about Martial Uncle Zhen's cultivation? I'm grateful for Martial Uncle Zhen's protection. Actually, I didn't mean to tell you all this. I didn't want you to know about it. However, you exceeded my expectations. Not only did you not get injured during the competition, you even managed to enter the top 32. This improvement is really huge. I can't help it. Senior Martial Brother is really good at teaching disciples. When I return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I'll definitely report this to the Vice Sect leader. The Thunderous Palace will definitely reward the myriad Thunder Valley greatly. Xiaohua cursed in his heart, but he still maintained a respectful expression on his face. He smiled and said, Martial Uncle Zhen, this disciple understands your feelings. If there's anything you need this disciple to do, as long as this disciple has the ability to do it, this disciple will definitely do it. Good. 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 Hearing Xiaohua's words, Zhen Yu clapped his hands and said, as expected of a disciple who was born as a loose cultivator. You have a deep understanding of my intentions. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Zhen Yu looked at the restrictions around the room that had been activated and said, I called you here this time because I want you to do something for me. It's extremely easy for you. It's as easy as blowing off dust. Xiaohua didn't understand. Please instruct me. It's very simple. During the competition, it's as easy as blowing off dust. Zhen Yu transmitted his voice. What? Xiaohua's expression changed. What else was there to say? Joining the fight without any effort, wasn't it just to make him lose to Kun Fian? Martial nephew Xiao. Don't be so surprised. Zhen Yu said with a smile. Your cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds, but your foundation is still not enough. Even if you win this competition, are you sure you can defeat all the opponents you meet later on? If there's any mishap, you'll be throwing away the face of my Imperial Thunder Sect. For such a big matter, I won't interfere. After that, he looked at Xiaohua's gloomy face and said, It's a good thing that you can get a ranking, but you have to look at the big picture. Your ranking in my Imperial Thunder Sect's face, that's secondary. You can't disregard the interests of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples just because of your own personal interests. My Imperial Thunder Sect took you in and gave you cultivation methods, pills, and a place for you to cultivate. At the crucial moment, you should make some concessions for my Imperial Thunder Sect. This is what every Imperial Thunder Sect disciple should do. It's also the awareness and responsibility of every Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Zhen Yu looked at Xiaohua and said word by word, as a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect, you should also put the 3 words Imperial Thunder Sect in front of Xiaohua's name. Disciple understands. Xiaohua took a deep breath and said with a smile, Disciple understands. Great. Zhen Yu looked down on Xiaohua. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be so easily intimidated. He praised, Martial nephew Xiao is indeed generous. You'll definitely become a great talent in the future. I have high hopes for you. I wouldn't dare. Xiaohua bowed and said, However, this disciple's cultivation foundation is shallow. My current cultivation level is still okay, but when it comes to building my foundation, it will definitely be very difficult. Therefore, this disciple is still very concerned about that reliance pill. As expected of a rogue cultivator. Greedy. Zhen Yu sneered in his heart. However, he said, Martial nephew Xiao, this borrowing pill is not an easy thing. Let's not talk about whether you can defeat Kun Fian. Even if you win, there are still 2 experts behind you. It'll be difficult for you to enter the top 8. Moreover, to be honest, I don't have the borrowing pill. Even if I want to give it to you, I can't. Then it's a little difficult. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and smiled apologetically. Disciples saw that during the Feather Immortal gathering, some disciples were even willing to throw away their lives for the sake of building their foundation. Disciple might also do something unexpected for the sake of this immunity pill. Zhen Yu frowned and thought for a while. He patted his storage bag and took out a jade bottle. He said, I have a building foundation pill here. I think you can use it in the future. Xiao Hua didn't take it. He smiled and said, when Master and Senior Brother met, he already gave me a building foundation pill. I don't think I can use it. Martial Uncle, if you have any cultivation techniques or the recipe for the borrowing pill, you can show it to me. Martial nephew Xiao. Zhen Yu sneered. This old man called you here only to reason with you, to compare the righteousness of the Imperial Thunder Sect with your petty profits. If you don't want to listen and insist on acting recklessly, this old man won't be able to stop you. This. Xiao Hua thought for a while and nodded. My cultivation base is shallow. 1 building foundation pill won't be useful. How about 3? Snobbish person. As expected, this is a blatant bargaining. Zhen Yu cursed in his heart. He patted his hand and took out 2 more jade bottles. He threw them in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hesitated. He didn't want to take them. Xiao Hua, if you don't want them, Zhen Yu said angrily. I want them. Xiao Hua took the 3 jade bottles with a wave of his sleeve. He cupped his hands and said, Martial Uncle, if there is nothing else, I will go now. The competition is about to start. I still have to effortlessly compete with Senior Sister Kuan. Yes, there is nothing else. You can go now. Zhen Yu waved his sleeve and removed the restriction on the room. Xiao Hua walked out of the room expressionlessly. Chapter 1634. He actually wants this young master to lose to Kun Fian. His grandmother, if this young master can't pass the second round, does he think he can? Xiao Hua silently cursed in his heart. Is he just trying to get a good ranking? What's the use of that thing? I didn't intend to do anything. If it weren't for the excuse pill, I would have admitted defeat as soon as I got on the stage. I still have some time before I reach the foundation establishment stage. The excuse pill can only increase my chances by 30%, so it probably won't be of much use. I'll take advantage of the situation and get 3 foundation establishment pills for free. It's not a bad deal. Alas, 30% chance of reaching the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Hua had never received any guidance from orthodox cultivators since he was young. How could he understand the meaning of 30%? If it were any other disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, even if they had to give in to Zhen Yu, the price of giving in would be at least 10 foundation establishment pills. Of course, among all the disciples participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly, only Xiao Hua, a disciple with no background, could be given such an assignment by Zhen Yu. As for the others, he had to think about it carefully and make a balance between the Earth Thunder Palace and the other Thunder Palaces. When Xiao Hua arrived at the square, he saw 16 slightly larger illusory arrays in the air. The 16 large illusory arrays were lined up in a row, and there were many disciples of the Taiching sect and disciples of other sects participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly. At this time, the illusory arrays were different from the previous ones. Not only were they 10 times larger than before, but the light shields outside the illusory arrays obviously had a magnifying effect. Except for a few of the light shields which were still overflowing with 5 colors, only 2 names kept flashing on them. The other light shields clearly showed the scene of 2 people fighting inside the illusory arrays. Quick Xiao Hua, hurry up. You'll be forced to forfeit in 15 minutes. Xiao Hua's figure had just appeared on the square when the voices of Sun Shu, Li Xiaoxiao and Qian Diheng sounded. The 3 of them were anxious. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Hua's cold heart was slightly moved. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, I have some trivial matters to attend to. Sorry. Qian Diheng looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, I thought you couldn't get out. How could that be? Xiaohua faintly smiled. Stop talking, hurry up and go in. Sun Shu pointed his finger at one of the illusory arrays. Xiaohua's name was on it and it flickered slightly. Where is senior sister Kuan? Have they already gone in? That's right. Li Xiaoxiao was also a little anxious. Xiaohua was escorted to the illusory array by the crowd. Xiaohua took out his talisman and activated his magic power, throwing himself into the illusory array. The 5 colors on the illusory array flashed and the 5 colors on the light barrier disappeared. On top of the orange-colored volcano, Xiaohua and Kun Fian stood facing each other. Senior sister Li, who do you think will win? Sun Shu looked at the two and couldn't help but ask. Naturally it's Xiaohua. Li Xiaoxiao said very calmly. Think so too. Sun Shu heaved a sigh of relief and agreed. Qian Diheng glanced at the two and transmitted his voice. I don't think so. If something unexpected happens later, don't be surprised. Li Xiaoxiao and Sun Shu were a little shocked. They unconsciously looked at each other and thoughtfully looked at the light barrier. They saw Xiaohua standing in front of Kun Fian with his arms crossed and coldly smiled. Senior sister Kun, little brother greets you. Good junior brother Xiao, please show mercy. Kun Fian's expression was normal. The panic from before had long disappeared. With a clap of her hand, a string of jade beads like magic artifacts was taken out by her. Activating her magic power, the beads one by one flew into the air. The beads were of different colors and released different lights. Xiaohua saw this and sighed slightly. He also clapped his hands and the black dust flew into the air. Xiaohua's face had an indescribable smile as he said, Senior sister Kun, little brother is going to attack. Kun Fian's expression changed slightly and nodded. Junior brother Xiao, please. Xiaohua activated the black dust and a 1 qi wide yellow light pillar flew out from the black dust and directly covered Kun Fian. Kun Fian also activated the string of jade beads and as it spun, it blocked above his head. Shua. The light beams scattered down, and the grains of sand swarmed onto the string of jade beads. The string of jade beads flickered with endless brilliance, and began to rotate even more violently. In an instant, a powerful suction force was emitted, and the light beam was actually sucked into the string of jade beads, disappearing without a trace. The suction force of the string of jade beads was indeed strong, but to Xiaohua his magic power was still not enough. He activated the black dust and easily rushed out. Xiaohua could even split the light pillar of the black dust into several parts and attack Kun Fian separately. Of course, wasn't this just a show? Xiaohua's face showed a look of surprise. He pointed with his finger and the black dust's brilliance immediately retracted and flew in a semicircle in the air and back into Xiaohua's hand. Senior sister Kun, your magic power is profound and far from what I can compare to. Since we are all from the same sect and we still have to face the disciples of other sects in the second round, I can only admit defeat. I hope that senior sister Kun can win in the first round and take first place. Xiaohua kept the black dust and bowed as he said. Yes, since junior brother Xiao is so focused on the big picture, I won't be unreasonable. I will definitely carry junior brother Xiao's hopes and the hopes of all the disciples of the same sect and charge into the top 8. Kun Fian didn't dare to keep the string of jade beads and only stood in the air and bowed in return. Xiaohua had a faint smile on his face and glanced at the string of jade beads that were still shining brightly. He activated his flying technique and left the illusion array. Just as Xiaohua left the illusion array released a red light and there was also the sound of music. On the light screen, Kun Fian's name appeared and after a few flashes, it disappeared. Looking at the huge mirror in the air, Kun Fian's name in the second round of squares was shining. It's over just like that? Xiao Chong's disciples who wanted to watch a good show were all dumbfounded. But soon after, everyone came to their senses. What could they say? Their mouths were mumbling, some were cursing and some were regretful. They dispersed. There were still 15 battles to the side, enough for them to watch. How is it? Qian Diheng looked at the gloomy Sun Shu and Li Xiaoxiao and transmitted his voice. Do you feel very surprised? Ai, there is nothing surprising. Li Xiaoxiao shook her head. I should have thought of it long ago. Sun Shu felt a burst of sadness for no reason and forced a smile. I don't want to think like that, but the truth is like this. Qian Diheng said and pointed at Xiao Hua, who flew out, but I don't see this guy's depressed look. Sure enough, Xiao Hua, who flew out of the illusion array, was as calm as water, without any emotions or annoyance. Junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu didn't know what to say but still called out, a loss is a loss, it's nothing, there is still a next time. Ha, I lost? Xiao Hua said with a smile, then looked at the crowd and said, everyone, let's have fun here. I gained some insights from the battle just now and I will go back to the quiet room to cultivate. If there is nothing special, can you call me after the battle in the Feather Immortal Assembly is over? Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you okay? Sun Shu was a bit worried. Xiao Hua didn't look cold like before. Even Li Xiao was a bit concerned. That's right, junior brother Xiao, let's watch the other battles, maybe you can gain some insights. Ah, I really gained some insights, goodbye. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and quickly walked out of the square. Looking at Xiao Hua's back that wasn't depressed at all, even Qian Diheng was a bit surprised. Maybe he can gain more by giving up than by not giving up? But what is better than the reliance pill? Not far away, Zhen Yu smiled and looked at the two disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect with satisfaction. Zhen Yu, why did the battle between Xiao Hua and Kun Fian end so quickly? Behind Zhen Yu, Zhen Qing's surprised voice sounded. Martial uncle, Xiao Hua only tested Kun Fian's strength and felt that he couldn't win, so he gave up. I think he didn't want to waste Kun Fian's spiritual energy because of his useless battle. Zhen Yu smiled apologetically. This Xiao Hua has a good view of the big picture, as expected of a responsible disciple. Is that so? Zhen Qing didn't understand. That is the reliance pill. Every disciple who wants to build their foundation wants it. Isn't he tempted? I don't know, maybe it's because he is still in the middle of the 12th level of qi refining. Zhen Yu explained, he is still quite far away from building his foundation, so he gave this opportunity to a disciple who needs it more. Noble character and unquestionable integrity? Haha, Zhen Qing's face showed an indescribable expression. Zhen Yu smiled and pointed, Qian Mo is over there and he seems to have the upper hand. Chapter 1635. Xiao Hua looked at the jade slip again and again until he confirmed that he had completely memorized it. Only then did he put the jade slip into his space and then closed his eyes to think. After a long time, Xiao Hua waved his hand and the small cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air. Looking at this tattered little thing that didn't have any splendor, Xiao Hua thought to himself, if this thing was placed aside, no matter how I look at it, it's impossible for me to treat it as a magic treasure. Thinking, he stretched out his finger and tried to force a drop of blood out. However, after a few tries, the blood could not flow out from his finger. Huh. What's going on? Xiao Hua was very puzzled. It seemed that a few years ago in Zhenlei Palace's Jade Archive Hall, he had easily forced out a drop of blood. Suddenly, Xiao Hua remembered the record of the great strength King Kong Dharma body. Could it be? Ice body is really like the Dharma body, invulnerable? Thinking of this, he waved his hand and took out the black iron needle. Then he gently pierced it into his ring finger. Sure enough, the black iron needle only touched the surface of the finger. It was as if it touched an extremely hard iron plate and could not pierce any further. Ha, wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Hua almost jumped up and thought, this is just the 3rd level of cultivation. If I can cultivate all 9 levels of the great strength King Kong Dharma body, wouldn't I not be afraid of any magic weapon? But if even the black iron needle can't pierce the finger, how can this cloud-suppressing seal be used as a blood sacrifice? Xiao Hua was a little worried. He then picked up the black iron needle and pierced it into his finger. Fortunately, he finally squeezed out a drop of blood. Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief and pointed his finger. That drop of blood flew into the air. Xiao Hua's hands flicked out a series of seals, not into the drop of blood, but into the drop of blood. Along with the seals, that drop of blood gradually elongated and thinned. Finally, it formed a shape similar to the cloud-suppressing seal. Go. Xiao Hua pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal floating beside him flew into the drop of blood. Then Xiao Hua's hands continued to cast seals and that drop of blood slowly soaked into the cloud-suppressing seal. As Xiao Hua's drop of blood entered, another drop of dirty blood was gradually forced out from the other side. Xiao Hua stopped his spell and waved his hand. A wisp of true samadhi fire flew out and burned the bloodstains. Immediately the bloodstains disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, Xiaohua swallowed a soul-gathering pill and closed his eyes. As he circulated his energy, he began to imbue different techniques into the cloud-suppressing seal. Under Xiaohua's refinement, the cloud-suppressing seal slowly began to churn in the air, gradually revealing traces of brilliance. 1 day, 2 days. All the way until the 5th day of the second phase of the Feather Immortal Gathering, Xiaohua remained in seclusion, refining the cloud-suppressing seal in his quiet room. At this moment, there was only a huge illusory formation left in the plaza. Within it, there were 2 cultivators fighting for first place in the Feather Immortal Gathering. One of them was Xuanyan School's disciple Zhuo Qingyuan, who had long reached the late stage of the 12th layer of qi refining. The other was also someone Xiaohua was familiar with, Yun Guichong, who had recently reached the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. At this moment, the battle between the two was nearing its end. Both of their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had used up a lot of their magic power. Zhuo Qingyuan had a flying sword above his head. It was swallowing and spitting out a sword ray that was half a foot long. It stared at Yun Guichong like a spiritual snake. On the other hand, the magic tool above Yun Guichong's head was an emerald green thing that looked like a bamboo tube. At this moment, it was also floating in the air, eager to attack. Go! Zhuo Qingyuan roared angrily. The flying sword suddenly flew out and pierced towards Yun Guichong's chest with incomparable speed. Yun Guichong did not hesitate. He swiped his index and middle fingers in the air. With a ping sound, a ray of brilliance like water spurted out from the bamboo tube. Under Yun Guichong's command, the brilliance blocked the front of the bamboo tube. Seeing that the flying sword was about to pierce the brilliance, Zhuo Qingyuan's 2 index fingers suddenly separated. The flying sword suddenly split into 2. It went around the brilliance on both sides and pierced towards Yun Guichong's waist from the side. This sudden change was certainly out of everyone's expectations. However, Yun Guichong was not slow despite his shock. He patted his waist and a belt that was 4 fingers wide appeared from his waist. Then countless runes flew out from the belt and spun in front of the flying sword. When the flying sword came into contact with these runes, it was as if it had sunk into a quagmire. It could only stab 3 inches into the belt. It was impossible for it to stab half an inch further. When Zhuo Qingyuan saw this, he gritted his teeth slightly. He patted his hand and a shiny spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. He urged his magic power and pasted it on his forehead. Roar! Zhuo Qingyuan roared. On Zhuo Qingyuan's forehead, an inch-long horn gradually appeared. A faint outline gradually appeared on his arms and back. Giant spiritual talisman. The people watching the battle were shocked. This spiritual talisman was indeed powerful, but the magic power required was also very high. Usually, only foundation establishment stage cultivators could support it. Not many qi refinement stage cultivators dared to try it, unless they felt that their magic power was comparable to that of foundation establishment stage cultivators. Zhuo Qingyuan's physical body gradually grew bigger under the effect of the giant spiritual talisman. He was gradually taller than the previous 2. However, what surprised everyone was that Yun Guichong, who was in front of Zhuo Qingyuan, did not panic at all. He just silently watched the changes in Zhuo Qingyuan's physical body, deep in thought. Seeing that Zhuo Qingyuan's giant spiritual talisman was about to succeed, Yun Guichong also patted his hand and laughed. Since fellow Zhuo wants to compete with magic power, I will accompany you. As he spoke, a shiny spiritual talisman appeared in his hand and he also pasted it on his body. Roar! With almost the same roar, Yun Guichong's physical body also began to transform. However, the shape of the transformation was slightly different. This was great. Everyone in the square showed excitement and admiration on their faces. Since both of them had used the giant spirit talisman, then the final battle would be a direct competition of magic power. Whoever had a deeper cultivation and more powerful magic power would be able to create more energy, and that person would be able to defeat the other party. This was a real fight without the help of any magic tools. Fight! Zhuo Qingyuan waited for the giant spiritual talisman to fully take effect. He shouted impatiently and waved his fist. His huge body rushed towards Yun Guichong. Although Yun Guichong was half a step slower, his giant spiritual talisman was different. The huge beast transformed from his physical body was slightly smaller than Zhuo Qingyun. Seeing Zhuo Qingyuan's fist, which was bigger than a drum, coming towards him, he also raised his fist to meet it. Boom! There was a loud sound. The whole square shook and everyone's ears hurt from the vibrations. My goodness, how can he be so powerful? Everyone in the square was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. This illusory magic array had one advantage. The images inside the illusory magic array could be seen clearly, but the sound was pitifully soft, almost inaudible. The two transformed giant spirit beasts could actually shake the square outside the illusory magic array. What kind of magical ability was this? However, the people standing at the edge of the square immediately felt that something was wrong. It was as if the tremors and sounds came from behind them. When they inadvertently turned around to look, they saw that the distant pavilion where the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples lived had already collapsed by now. In the midst of the ruins, Xiaohua, covered in dirt and grime, slowly crawled out of it. Damn it, this cloud-suppressing seal really lives up to its reputation. Xiaohua patted off the dirt on his body. He was both excited and vexed as he thought to himself, this young master was just testing its power a little. How could I accidentally break the restrictions of the quiet room? Oh no, half of the pavilion? That's right, after Xiaohua successfully refined the cloud-suppressing seal, he very casually patted the wall of his quiet room. It was just a very light pat, there was absolutely no other meaning behind it, really. As a result, the restrictions on the wall were like paper. The wall also collapsed one after another as if it was made of mud. The Taiqing sect's disciple who was on duty in front of the pavilion looked at the embarrassed Xiaohua in a daze. He didn't know whether he should go up and apologize or not. He should ask if it was his doing. Just as Xiaohua made the noise, the result of the battle in the illusion array was also revealed. Yun Zhaochong suddenly used his elbow to hit the back of Zhuo Qingyuan's neck. Zhuo Qingyuan felt a burst of dizziness. The true qi in his body became slightly sluggish, and his magic power couldn't be transmitted to the giant spirit talisman in time. Zhuo Qingyuan's entire body was like a deflated bubble, rapidly shrinking. The scales on his body also rapidly disappeared. When he returned to his original state, Zhuo Qingyuan's face was pale. He took a medicinal pill, cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Yun's magic power is too strong. I can't compare. We admit defeat." Hearing Zhuo Qingyuan's words, Yun Zhaochong took the giant spirit talisman and gradually returned to his original state. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo intentionally let me win. I don't dare accept it. Forget it. The new generation replaces the old. I'm ashamed." As he said that, Zhuo Qingyuan activated his magic card and flew out of the illusion array. He went back to his quiet room. Seeing that the first place of the Feather Immortal Gathering had been decided, everyone was still looking at the collapsed pavilion of the Imperial Thunder Sect strangely. They didn't know what had happened. "Well, disciples, it's already dusk. Everyone go back to your quiet rooms to rest. Tomorrow morning, the Taiqing sect will give out rewards to the top few disciples according to the usual practice." Rinzhu was flying in the air again. She said loudly, "Moreover, the Taiqing sect has a surprise for the top 32 disciples tomorrow." There's a surprise tomorrow? What is it? The group of cultivators couldn't help but think of Dao Jing, who had welcomed them here. That cultivator who liked to keep them in suspense. It seemed that tomorrow was the time to break the suspense. As for the collapsed pavilion of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the Taiqing sect didn't ask too much. After all, Xiaohua was cultivating and it involved some secrets. Even the disciples of the Taiqing sect would occasionally have something like this happen, but it wasn't as loud and imposing as this. Moreover, there were many pavilions in the Bright Realm. They could just find some more. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were cultivating in their new quiet rooms with their eyes closed, waiting for the surprise the next day. Xiaohua was sitting in front of Sun Shu and Qian Diheng, listening to them talking about the excitement of the past few days. Chapter 1636. Since the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect had moved to a new pavilion, they naturally had to change their magic tablets. The Taiqing sect disciple who helped them change their magic tablets looked at Xiaohua several times. He himself was the clearest about how solid the restrictions set up in the pavilion were. Xiao Hua, a mere qi condensation disciple, was actually able to break the restrictions and even topple half of the pavilion. This method was something he couldn't understand even if he cracked his head. After the Taiching sect disciple left, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect returned to their quiet rooms. Looking at Qian Diheng's gaze, Xiao Hua looked innocent. He waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Qian, don't look at me. I definitely don't know about this matter. It has nothing to do with me." He. Qian Diheng laughed and said, "I didn't say anything. Why are you in such a hurry to explain?" Xiao Hua shrugged. When he was about to speak, Sun Shu laughed and said, "At that time, there was only junior brother Xiao in the pavilion. If it has nothing to do with him, no one will believe it. Although I was the only one, but I'm also a victim. I really don't know anything." Fine, if it's not you then it's not you. You didn't say anything." Qian Diheng waved his hand and opened the restriction formation of his quiet room. He said, "Junior brother Xiao, senior sister Sun, are you interested in tasting some spiritual fruits in Ai's room?" Looking at Qian Diheng's sincere gaze, Xiao Hua was thoughtful. Qian Diheng's cultivation was average. Although he relied on the care of his elders and a defensive magic treasure to come to the Feather Immortal Assembly, from their interactions during this period of time, he was a cultivator with some genuine temperament. He was much more pleasing to the eye than Kun Fian and the others. Therefore Xiao Hua didn't hold back. He cupped his hands and said, "Ai's taste is bland, so I'm a chatterbox." Sun Shu's position in the Sun Thunder Palace might be lower than Qian Diheng's in the Heavenly Thunder Palace, but it wasn't that far off. He also cupped his hands and entered the quiet room. Qian Diheng took out some spiritual fruits from his storage bag. The three of them ate while talking about the competition in the past few days. Just as we expected, Senior Kun Fei Yen Kun's cultivation is limited after all. Even though she tried her best and exhausted all her mana, she still stopped at the second round. As Sun Shu spoke, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. According to Ai, if junior brother Xiao were to go, he would at least reach the third round. Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Regarding this matter, since it was already in the past and it was ordered by Zhenyu, he could only pretend that nothing had happened. However, Qian Diheng didn't mention it at all. Senior brother Qianemo is still the best, actually snatching the 8th place. As expected, Qian Diheng immediately changed the topic. Senior brother Qianemo is so powerful, yet he's only ranked 8th? Xiao Hua felt a little strange. In his opinion, Qianemo should at least be in the top 4. Junior brother Xiao, 8th place is already not bad. Qian Diheng said in a low voice, "My Imperial Thunder sect is not at the forefront in the country of Xi's cultivation world. Xuanyan sect, Qiqiao sect and Shanghua sect are all stronger than us. Even Huanhua sect is not much better than us. Moreover, the cultivation level of our country of Xi is slightly worse than that of Meng country and Lian country. Think about it, in the 13 cultivation countries, my Imperial Thunder sect can only be considered as below average. I heard that in the past we occasionally got into the top 8, but most of the time we were ranked 9th or 10th. So, senior brother Qianmo's 8th place is not bad?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although the feelings in his heart were unknown to others, he was happy to hear about her and know that she had succeeded in her cultivation. Sun Shu said again, "You don't know, junior brother Xiao, when Red Dawn Fairy went on stage that day, many young disciples cheered for her. That atmosphere. TSK, 90% of the disciples went to watch Red Dawn Fairy's battle. Yes, and 10% of the disciples were female." Qian Diheng blinked and smiled. Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng and said, "It seems that some disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect still wandered around in front of Huanhua sect's pavilion." Qian Diheng didn't hide anything and said, "There's an old saying among mortals that a gentleman wants a fair and graceful woman. This humble Taoist is handsome and talented, and is also a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. I am a perfect match for that fairy Hongxia. Even if I have to ask the sect leader of the Rinsing Flower sect for help, this humble Taoist's backbone will still be strong." Ha! Sun Shu laughed. It seems that there are many disciples with such thoughts. There's probably one in each of the 13 sects of cultivation. When Qian Diheng heard this, he was a little dejected and said helplessly, "That's right. Who asked Fairy Hongxia to fight a few days ago?" Her red silk fluttered in the wind and she looked valiant and formidable. Her methods were amazing and she was even more beautiful than a celestial being. If she couldn't attract so many disciples, then we male cultivators would be blind. What a pity. Sun Shu said mockingly, her senior brother is the champion of this feather immortal gathering, and they're a match made in heaven. I'm afraid you don't have a chance. How can that Yun Jiechong compare to I? I already found out that Yun Jiechong is just a disciple of Su Yenyun's family. His background can't be compared to I. But what if Red Dawn Fairy likes him? Sun Shu said mercilessly. Hearing this, Xiaohua's face turned black and he wanted to leave several times. When the two finally stopped, he quickly asked, "Right, what's the surprise tomorrow? Fellow Taoists, do you have any news?" "Who knows? It has nothing to do with us." Qian Diheng quickly waved his hand. "It's already said that it's for the top 32 disciples. Who would think more?" Then he said to Sun Shu, "Right, senior sister Sun, what do you think I should do to attract Red Dawn Fairy's attention?" Xiaohua snorted and stood up. "Senior brothers, you can think about it slowly here. I'm going back to rest. I still have to wait for the Taiching sect's surprise tomorrow morning." "Hey, junior brother Xiao." Sun Shu stood up and wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Qian Diheng. "Senior sister Sun, give me an idea. If I can beat that Yun Jiechong, wouldn't I also win glory for my Imperial Thunder sect?" Listening to Qian Diheng's words, Xiaohua had mixed feelings. He slowly walked out of the quiet room and then out of the pavilion. It was already dusk and the setting sun was like a fire that dyed half the sky red. The dark red sunlight shone on Xiaohua's young face, revealing a hint of coldness. Xiaohua's curved eyes were looking at a pavilion not far from here. In front of the pavilion there were more than 10 young disciples scattered. Although they were all looking in different directions and didn't seem to have anything to do with the pavilion, their eyes were all glancing at the entrance of the pavilion from time to time. Could it be that this pavilion belongs to those two-sword cultivators? These disciples are still drooling over that magic treasure? Xiaohua was a little confused. But at this moment, a Taiching sect disciple came out from inside and said loudly, "Fairy Hongxia replied to everyone. There is still a competition tomorrow, so she can't meet everyone. Please forgive her." After saying that, the Taiching sect disciple went in. Xiaohua's face became even more unsightly. He snorted from his nose, stomped his feet and turned around to enter the pavilion. Not to mention that Xiaohua had returned to his new quiet room to cultivate. In another pavilion, Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe were respectfully sitting across from Renju. Zhang Yutong handed over a storage pouch only to hear Zhang Yutong say, "This is the thing I told Senior before, please check it." Renju took it, opened it and put it away. At the same time she handed over another storage pouch and said with a smile, "You two little friends are really good at scheming. I had no choice but to give you this profound Een spirit grass." Zhang Yutong reached out to take it and put it away very carefully. "Zhang Yu," he said with a smile, "that is Senior's care and concern. We sisters are very clear about it. I'm sure the two of you have gained a lot over the past few days, right? It's all right. There are a lot of miscellaneous things, but they are still not as generous as your sect." Zhang Yutong said with a smile, "We have already dealt with the matter. Today we would like to bid farewell to Senior. Tomorrow is the last day of the Feather Immortal Gathering. There is still a competition tomorrow. Don't the two of you want to participate?" Zhang Yuhe's eyes lit up. She said, Yes. It's not easy for us to come." Chapter 1637. Sister. Zhang Yutong looked at her and said, "You are already in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Why are you fighting with a disciple who is only in the qi refining realm? Don't you feel ashamed? Also, if we don't leave now, when will we?" Then she bowed and asked Deming, "Is the Hao territory peaceful these days?" Deming knew what Zhang Yutong was asking about and nodded. The disciples of the 3 kingdoms and 13 sects of the cultivation world are all fighting in Hao territory. The whereabouts of the two of you have not been leaked. Please don't worry. Thank you, Senior Deming. My sister and I will definitely report this to our sect leader. We will definitely repay your kindness. You are our guests. We are just doing our duty as hosts. Deming said with a smile. Then Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe bowed and said goodbye. Under Deming's escort, they left the Hao territory quietly without attracting anyone's attention. The next morning, all the disciples gathered in the plaza. Renju followed the rules of the Feather Immortal Assembly and distributed the rewards to the disciples. Even though Xiaohua had entered the top 32, he didn't have any chance of winning. He didn't even get a single pill. After giving the last magic weapon to Yun Jiechong, Renju said with a smile, "When you came to the Hao territory, I told you why the Feather Immortal Assembly was held here. It is related to an item in the Hao territory. This item is also the reward for the last battle of the Feather Immortal Assembly." When the disciples heard this, they looked at the high platform behind Renju. The high platform was the same as it was a few days ago. No divine thoughts could penetrate it, so they couldn't see what it was. Now it is time to reveal the mystery. Renju pointed with a smile and said, "This item fell from the sky a few years ago. It is right here." As he spoke, he made a hand seal and a blue brilliance hit the high platform. The high platform melted like an iceberg and gradually revealed what was inside. A sword embryo that was 3 feet long and as thick as a fist was inserted in the middle of the high platform. Ah? Prajna. Seeing this familiar sword embryo, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the name of this sword embryo. At the same time, Xiaohua's mind exploded. This Prajna heavy sword was originally mine. This heavy sword fell from the heavens, then didn't I also fall from the heavens? Where did I come from? And where did I go? As the Prajna heavy sword was revealed, Renju continued to introduce it. This thing is a sword embryo. It should be a sword embryo. However, this thing was different from ordinary sword embryos. The strangest thing is that this sword embryo can't be controlled by divine thoughts. And it is shockingly heavy. Wow. Everyone in the square began to whisper to each other. Fellow Taoist Renju, according to what you said, isn't this a demonic tool? Xiong Fei of the Washing Flower sect was very proud at this time and said with a smile. Renju shook her head and said, "The first disciple who found this thing also had the same idea. Our humble sect leader thought that it was a demonic weapon from the war between immortals and devils that fell into our humble sect. But the weight of this sword embryo is truly shocking. It is much heavier than any demonic weapon that our humble sect has seen. Secondly, although demonic weapons can't be controlled by divine thoughts, they can be placed in storage bags. After this thing is placed in a storage bag, the storage bag's space formation will gradually be crushed by the sword embryo." Ah? All the disciples were surprised. After our humble sect's refiner's appraisal, the quality of this sword embryo is not something from the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, this sword embryo can't be tempered by ordinary refining methods. There should be a very peculiar method to refine it into a sword. And not a flying sword. After all, this refined sword cannot be controlled by divine thoughts. Then what is its use? All the disciples were rather suspicious. As if she heard the disciples' doubts, Renju said with a smile, "I don't know how to use this thing, and neither do the elders of our Taiching sect. However, according to our Taiching sect's immortal Yuluan's guess, this thing must be an immortal item from outside the heavens. If any fated disciple obtains it, he might be able to find the true meaning of the great Tao from it." Ah, all the disciples were pleasantly surprised. Although they also felt that Renju's words were somewhat unreliable. If it was really so precious, why would it be placed here? Moreover, why would it be given to others so generously? However, when they thought about what Renju said, there was a trace of possibility. They could not help but feel a fire in their hearts. This sword embryo has been in our Taiching sect's bright realm for a long time. Many disciples have also come to subdue it, but in the end, no one was fated to obtain it. When our humble sect's master Qing Su saw that the Feather Immortal Assembly was being held in our Taiching sect, he opened up a good door and held the assembly in the bright realm. If any fellow cultivator is fated to obtain this sword embryo, it will be considered a good deed for our Taiching sect. What is considered fate? Shanghua sect's Li Mingqing asked. Renju pointed at the sword embryo. First of all, you must have the ability to stand out from the 32 disciples. Secondly, you must be able to take this sword embryo away. Fellow Renju, please enlighten us. What is considered to have the ability? Among the 32 disciples apart from our Taiching sect's disciples, all of them have entered the illusory array and fought with each other. The time limit is the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If any disciple can remain in the illusory array until the end, that disciple has the ability. As long as he picks up this sword embryo will be fated to him. What if after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, many disciples are still in the illusory array? Naturally, there won't be any disciples fated to obtain this sword embryo. Renju smiled. This battle is similar to the second round. There is no time limit to withdraw. As long as you feel that your life is in danger, you can immediately activate your magic tablet and withdraw from the illusory array. Of course, if any disciple insists on not withdrawing, they will be responsible for their own lives. That's good. Everyone agreed. Clap, clap. Renju clapped her hands and activated her magic power. A huge illusory array emerged from the high platform and wrapped around the sword embryo. Disciples, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has already begun. If we don't enter the illusory array, when will we? Renju shouted. With a flick of her sleeve, a lit incense stick flew into the air. Go. Xiaohua and the others lightly reprimanded. Their figures flew out and entered the illusory array. When they entered the illusory array, they saw that their surroundings were much more spacious. However, everyone was gathered in a nearby area. It was very obvious that the disciples of Shi, Meng and Lian were clearly divided. Each of them surrounded each other and looked at each other covetously. Because they were restraining each other, the three groups of people didn't dare to move casually. The others weren't in a hurry, but Xiaohua was. He knew that this sword embryo was his and he was determined to obtain it. Seeing that time was passing by in this confrontation, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he wouldn't have the opportunity to obtain the sword embryo so easily. Thus Xiaohua whispered to Qian Mo, who was beside him, "Senior brother Qian, this kind of confrontation won't have any results. What do you think of this little brother going to sneak attack the Meng disciples?" "Great, the Meng cultivators are few. As long as you make a move, I will also release my magic weapon. Let's beat the Meng cultivators out first." Qian Mo was very strange. This junior brother who usually didn't rush to the front was suddenly anxious. However, he was also willing to have someone take the lead. Hearing this, Xiaohua flew to the front of the Shi cultivators. Everyone was surprised to see Xiaohua, who had the lowest cultivation, fly out. The Meng and Lian disciples activated their magic power and were slightly on guard. Xiaohua also didn't hesitate. As soon as he flew out from the crowd, he immediately rushed towards the Meng disciples. "You're courting death." The Meng disciples who didn't know the details sneered. A few disciples in front of them activated their magic weapons and attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua was afraid that others wouldn't make a move. Seeing someone use their magic weapon, he was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and took out dozens of top-grade fireball talismans. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, he threw them at the Meng disciples. He immediately flew to the side in the direction of the Lian kingdom, as if he was trying to avoid the Dharma artifact. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of fireball talismans sounded. The Meng disciples couldn't stand still and revealed a gap. The Shi disciples were already prepared. Seeing such a gap, how could they not add insult to injury? Everyone took advantage of the chaos and activated their magic weapons, throwing them in the direction of the fireball talismans. The Shi disciples knew how to add insult to injury. How could the Lian disciples not know? In particular, Xiaohua's fireball talisman had provoked quite a few people. Quite a few magic treasures were chasing after Xiaohua. Xiaohua was wandering around the Ripple State, and magic treasures were also flying around the Ripple State. How could the Ripple State's disciples calm down? In an instant, the whole scene went out of control. All the disciples no longer cared about anything else. On one hand, they protected themselves. On the other hand, they used all kinds of methods to mercilessly attack the unfamiliar disciples. Xiaohua, who had successfully instigated a fight, immediately brought out Jingchen. That earthy yellow brilliance firmly protected him. Then he reached out his hand and took out the devil spear from the space. His figure swayed repeatedly, leaving behind a string of afterimages. His figure flew back and forth among the crowd in a very natural and unrestrained manner. Xiaohua flew quickly. The space of this illusion array was not big and it was abnormally chaotic. Xiaohua was like a fish in water. In just a moment he had already successfully attacked 4 disciples. These disciples were forced to activate their magic tablets in a hurry and escape far away. Ah? The disciples in the square were surprised at this time. No one would have thought that the disciple with the lowest cultivation would actually have such methods. Rumble, Xiaohua took advantage of the chaos and shot out a string of fireball talismans. Similarly, the other disciples were also red-eyed. All kinds of fireball talismans, icicle talismans, confinement talismans and so on were thrown out without any regard for their lives. Countless explosions, countless flashes of brilliance, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire illusion array was scattered in an instant. What a waterfall-like fiery light fell from the sky, pouncing towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's figure twisted and he flew forward slightly, dodging the fiery light. However, the 2 disciples of the rippling country beside him were extremely anxious. The defensive magic tools in their hands only lasted for a moment before their brilliance dimmed. Seeing that the fiery light was about to burn their bodies, the 2 of them helplessly activated their magic tablets, disappearing from their original spot. Just as the 2 people left, not far from them, a dazzling brilliance flashed. A flying sword blossomed with 10,000 rays of brilliance and pierced towards the direction of the flame. That disciple was a bit dizzy. He wanted to activate his Dharma card, but he was somewhat reluctant. In this moment of hesitation, the magic artifact had already quietly dodged his divine sense, and stabbed into the disciple's back. Ah! That disciple angrily shouted, but it was already too late. This magic artifact was even more insidious than the black iron needle. The yellow talisman protecting his body only shook slightly before it was pierced, and it pierced right through his chest. When that disciple's corpse fell from midair, that needle-like magic artifact flashed again, and flew into the crowd of disciples, disappearing without a trace. Seeing that a cultivator had fallen, the crowd who still had a trace of hope in their hearts no longer dared to be negligent. They either used all their magic power to shoot out their magic artifacts, or used their Dharma cards to escape from the illusion array in a panic. In just a short moment, there were less than 10 disciples left in the illusion array. Haha, fellow Taoists, do you not want to withdraw? A very scholarly voice rang out. Xiaohua frowned and looked over. He saw that about 100 feet in front of him was a handsome man. There was an emerald green bamboo tube magic tool above his head. It emitted an emerald green brilliance and emitted a light barrier from top to bottom. Not only did it cover the man, but it also protected a female cultivator with skin whiter than snow and red clothes like a rainbow next to him. In the female cultivator's hand, there was a red silk ribbon that was like a flood dragon and spirit snake, cruising up and down her body. Yun Gui Chong. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sour and ruthless feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. Yun Guichong pointed with his finger and smiled, "This item is something that I desire. Just now, I and my junior sister have already sent away several fellow Taoists. If you are tactful, I will accept this kindness." But, just pretend that I didn't say that. After hearing Yun Guichong's words among the crowd, several people looked at each other, including Zhuo Qingyuan. He knew that he was not Yun Guichong's opponent, and besides, Fairy Hongxia was beside Yun Guichong. Therefore Zhuo Qingyuan used his Dharma card to withdraw from the illusion array. He was really not interested in this strange sword embryo. Seeing that Zhuo Qingyuan took the lead to withdraw, the remaining Xuanyan school disciple also withdrew. Then, except for Xiaohua and 2 other cultivators, the other disciples all left the illusion array. Of the 2 cultivators, one was short with an ordinary face, and the other had a square face with rough and dark skin. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." The short cultivator cupped his hands and said, "I am Zhang Exin from the Utopia faction, and this is Ai's junior brother, Yang Fangqing. I have seen fellow Taoist Zhao's fights twice and I admire you very much. If fellow Taoist Xiao joins forces with Ai's junior brother, You won't be afraid of these two fellow Taoists from the Huanhua sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua was slightly disdainful in his heart. You 2 against 2 is just right. Why are you pulling me? If I help you wait for those 2, they will be dealt with by those 2 next. Why should I interfere? Seeing that Xiaohua was silent, Zhang Exin didn't say anything more. He pointed to the half-moon-shaped magic weapon floating in midair and said with a smile, since that's the case, my Utopia faction's disciple will meet your Huanhua sect's disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the half-moon-shaped magic weapon whistled and spun as it flew towards Yun Guicheng's chest. His junior brother Yang Fangqing didn't say anything. He also pointed his finger and a golden bead spun as it flew towards Yun Guicheng. Good. Yun Guicheng stood up and shouted, look at my magic weapon. The bamboo tube covering the 2 of them suddenly enlarged, and the splendor sprinkled down turned into a flat light curtain, blocking himself and Hong Xia Fairy. The remaining half of the bamboo tube under Yun Guicheng's control turned into a patch of green bamboo and flew towards the 2 magic weapons. Zhang Exion's magic weapon circled and flew close to Yun Guicheng. Numerous half-moon-shaped splendors were emitted from the magic weapon and hit the bamboos. As the bamboos dissipated, the half-moon-shaped splendors also disappeared. However, Yun Guicheng had a large number of bamboos and many of them were still flying towards the 2 of them. At this moment Yang Fangqing's bead also arrived. Under the control of his magic power, the bead expanded to a diameter of 1 foot. In an instant, it swept away the remaining bamboos, broke through a golden channel, and hit Yun Guicheng's defense directly. At this moment the disciples in the square understood the situation clearly. Yun Guicheng was indeed the champion of the feather immortal meat. His magic power was more profound than either Zhang Xian or Yang Fangqing of the Utopia faction, but it was still weaker than the 2 of them combined. However, Hong Xia Fairy of the Huanhua sect hadn't made her move yet. Sure enough, when the 1-foot bead hit the light curtain and stretched it a lot, and even the splendor of the light curtain dimmed a lot, Hong Xia Fairy made her move. Hong Xia Fairy's body was really graceful. When she raised her hand and waved the red silk, it was more like she was dancing than controlling her magic power. Boom! The disciples in the square also cheered, and their hearts were full of admiration. Are all the skills of the Huanhua sect so beautiful? Of course it was beautiful. The power of the red silk was also amazing. The red silk danced in the air like a spiritual snake, flashing out dozens of red phantoms. The red splendor dyed the air within the illusory array red. In Zhang Exion's mind, the red silk also split into 3, flying towards him from different directions. Zhang Exin had never fought with Hong Xia Fairy before, so he naturally hadn't encountered such a strange situation. On one hand he was controlling his magic power to support his attack on Yun Guicheng. On the other hand he clenched his teeth and threw out a large number of yellow talismans, trying to block Hong Xia's red silk. With a light swish, one of the 3 red silk swept across, and all the yellow talismans were sucked into the red silk without making a sound. Zhang Exin squinted his eyes and activated his magic weapon. A few rays of light flew out from the magic weapon and attacked the red silk that had sucked in the yellow talismans. Xiaohua, who was watching the battle from afar, saw this and sighed. There were indeed 3 red silk in his mind, and he couldn't tell which one was more important. However, he could still observe it with his Buddhist sense. Xiaohua could clearly see that the red silk was constantly switching between the 3 phantoms. Just as it sucked in Zhang Exion's yellow talismans, the red silk had already turned to another phantasm, and was pouncing towards Zhang Exin. Zhang Exion's magic weapon was already attacking the phantasm. Indeed, the splendor of the crescent moon easily penetrated the red silk and flew down. Seeing that his attack had missed, Zhang Exion's heart also felt empty. The 2 red silk that he hadn't prepared for previously were already flying towards him. Swish! With a soft sound the red silk flashed. Zhang Exin suddenly raised the heaven and earth spiritual qi around him, which was about a foot away from him, was sucked away by the red silk. Seeing the red silk covering the sky and covering the earth, Zhang Exin sighed and had no choice but to activate the magic tablet. Since Zhang Exin had left, Yang Fangqing naturally couldn't stay any longer. Without waiting for Hong Xia Fairy's red silk to attack him, he followed Zhang Exion's splendor out of the illusory array. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Don't tell me you still want to stay here and watch the show? Yun Guichong kept his magic weapon and stood with his hands by his side. He said to Xiao Hua with a smile. That charm was absolutely unparalleled. That tone was absolutely warm. Chapter 1639. Junior Brother Xiao, you and I are old friends. Moreover, you didn't join forces with the disciples of the Utopia faction just now. You must be thinking of old times. I appreciate your kindness. When I return to the country of Xi, I will find an opportunity to repay you. Yun Guichong said to himself. Fairy Hongxia took back the red silk. The red clouds in the sky were gathered in the red silk. Together with her bright red clothes, it really looked like a mass of red clouds. He he, Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's a pity. You and I are old friends, but this sword embryo is also something I like. If senior brother Yun is thinking of old times, please leave the illusory spell. I appreciate your kindness. When I return to the country of Xi, I will find an opportunity to visit senior brother Yun. Hearing Xiao Hua's almost identical words, Yun Guichong's face was slightly angry. He looked up at the huge candles above the illusory spell. There were still about 30% of them unburned. He activated his magic power and turned to Fairy Hongxia, saying, Junior sister, stand aside and watch how I deal with this guy. Fairy Hongxia furrowed her brows and glanced at Xiao Hua. She then extended her body and flew between the two of them. Xiao Hua also looked at the candles. He activated his magic power and the yellow light scattered down, protecting Xiao Hua's body. Then he took out the fire crow net. Looking at the fire crow net flying in the air like a mass of fire, Yun Guichong also frowned. Cultivators of the Qi refining stage had limited divine thoughts. Generally, they could only activate one magic weapon. Xiao Hua took out two magic weapons at once. His divine thoughts must be extraordinary. In particular, Xiao Hua was only a cultivator in the beginning stage of the 12th level of the Qi refining stage. How could Yun Guichong not be alarmed? Senior brother Yun, be careful, Xiao Hua shouted. The fire crow net spread out. Dozens of fire crows flashing with purple flames flapped their wings and rushed toward Yun Guichong. Yun Guichong curled his lips and activated his magic weapon. Just like before, half of his magic weapon was covered in green light and the other half turned into a bamboo forest to meet the fire crows. In the previous battle, Xiao Hua had already experienced the might of the greenwood giant staff. At this time he also knew that these were all wood attribute magic tools that extracted the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to take the form. Its essence was still spiritual qi. Therefore he calmly urged the fire crow to enter the bamboo forest. Boom! With a loud sound, many bamboos were ignited. The fire raven still had some momentum left as it broke through the bamboo forest and rushed toward Yun Guichong's protective light shield. Ouch! Everyone in the square was shocked. Was there even a need to say more? When the fire crows broke through the bamboo, it was true that fire suppressed wood, but it also showed that Xiao Hua's mana was more profound than Yun Guichong's. Fairy Hongxia's eyes lit up when she saw this. Yun Guichong did not seem to have expected the fire crow to break through the bamboo so easily. While he was in a daze, the fire crow was already in front of him. In a panic, Yun Guichong loosens his grip and shoots out a pile of water-based yellow talismans such as ice-sealing talismans. He wants to stop Xiao Hua's fire crows. Unfortunately, the purple fire crows contain a trace of Samadhi true fire, which is actually extinguished by yellow talismans. Boom! All the yellow talismans are ignited. Yun Guichong sees that the situation is not good. He flies backward and activates his ritual implement to retract all the brilliance. Then he claps his hands and takes out a ritual implement that looks like a feather fan. Yun Guichong is chanting and his hands are also forming a ritual implement. He looks at the fire crows that are rushing over and uses the feather fan to fan them. Yun Guichong's fan is not a big deal. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth is absorbed by the feather fan. As the feather fan falls, a group of fire crows also flew out from the feather fan. The group of fire crows is different from Xiao Hua's fire crows. Not only are they much bigger than Xiao Hua's fire crows, but the fire crows are also divided into 3 colors. Oh no! Seeing Yun Guichong also take out a fire-based ritual implement, Xiaohua has a bad feeling. His fire crow net is based on the best fire-based spiritual stones on the ritual implement. Compared to the feather fan which can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it is inferior. Even if his mana is stronger than Yun Guichong's, he can't beat him with ritual implements alone. Sure enough, the group of fire crows surrounded Xiaohua's fire crows in an instant, burning and biting each other. Although the fire crows of the feather fan are not as good as the fire crows with the true Samadhi fire, they have the advantage in numbers. Moreover, with the constant supply of spiritual qi from the feather fan, Xiaohua's fire crows have shrunk several times in just a moment. Yun Guichong's face shows a trace of a smile and said kindly, "Junior brother Xiao, why don't you withdraw quickly? We can be considered a draw." Xiaohua glanced at the burning incense and knew that there is not enough time, so he laughed and said, "I haven't used my means yet. Why do you want me to withdraw?" Without waiting for him to finish laughing, Xiaohua patted the top of his head and opened his mouth. A 3-inch cloud-suppressing seal flew out from his mouth. The cloud-suppressing seal fruit is worthy of being a ritual implement. As soon as it appears, it immediately swallows the spiritual qi of heaven and earth around it and gradually expands. When it flies above Xiaohua's head, before it is fully activated, it has already turned into a 2-foot seal. Ritual implement? Yun Guichong is obviously knowledgeable. Seeing the movement of the cloud-suppressing seal and the fluctuation of spiritual qi on it, he knows that this thing is difficult to resist. Go, Xiaohua does not want to waste time. He activates his spiritual qi and the cloud-suppressing seal rises slightly, its size increasing gradually. When it flies to about 20 feet in the air in front of Yun Guichong, it has already turned into the size of a seal. The cloud-suppressing seal emits a strong confinement force that firmly suppresses Yun Guichong. No matter how Yun Guichong struggles, he is unable to break free. Around the cloud-suppressing seal, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is disturbed and absorbed into the cloud-suppressing seal. The edge of the illusion array has already begun to shake slightly, slowly turning into bright green gas, as if it is about to be annihilated. Although the cloud-suppressing seal is not as big as when it was controlled by Fan Tong, the power of the cloud-suppressing seal is more than twice as strong. Even Yun Guichong, a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining realm, is no match for this damaged ritual implement. Fairy Hong Xia, who has been watching from the side, is now full of astonishment and even wants to cover her mouth with her hand. "Senior brother Yun, are you going to withdraw from the illusion array?" Xiaohua asked coldly. Yun Guichong clenches his teeth and looks at Fairy Hong Xia. Fairy Hong Xia is shocked, but she does not seem to have the intention to fight. The red silk around her body is already flowing, looking very normal. Yun Guichong sneered and said, "You are just relying on the power of a damaged ritual implement. If you have the ability, then fight with I in a real fight." "Senior brother Yun, there is not enough time." Xiaohua points with his finger and says with a smile, "If you don't withdraw now, then don't blame me for not recognizing you as my senior brother." "Fine." Yun Guichong is furious. He slaps his hand, hitting the top of his head. As he raises his palm, a shiny spiritual talisman is taken off by him. Spiritual accumulation talisman? Xiaohua is shocked. Not only is Xiaohua shocked, but Fairy Hong Xia, who is standing in the air, is also shocked. She unconsciously looks at Xiaohua with a worried look. The disciples in the square are even more shocked. They came to the Feather Immortal Gathering to find the opportunity to build their foundation, but they did not expect Yun Guichong to be able to build his foundation and is now at the Great Circle of Qi refining. What a different pursuit. For a cultivator with such a high level of cultivation who already had true essence in his true qi, his magical power was naturally not something a qi condensation disciple could compare with. If he couldn't win, then who could? Of course, the Feather Immortal Gathering is only limited to qi refining cultivators. There is no rule that states that Great Circle of Qi refining cannot participate. Yun Guichong cannot be said to have violated the rules of the Feather Immortal Gathering. As Yun Guichong takes off the spiritual accumulation talisman, it immediately turns into a ball of light. Then the ball of light converges and flies rapidly into Yun Guichong's forehead. The moment the ball of light enters Yun Guichong's forehead, An indescribable pressure comes from Yun Guicheng's body. The pressure cannot be suppressed and filled the entire illusory formation. The pressure gradually solidifies, and the confinement force of the cloud-suppressing seal can no longer completely confine Yun Guicheng. As the pressure on Yun Guicheng's body continues to increase, a strong suction force comes from Yun Guicheng's body. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the illusory formation cannot be suppressed and poured into Yun Guicheng's body. Crystal beads visible to the naked eye suddenly appear in the entire space. They are the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that has condensed into dots. However, these dots of spiritual qi of heaven and earth stopped condensing. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the entire illusory formation is insufficient. Moreover, as the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the illusory formation is insufficient, the entire formation starts to distort and is about to collapse. Quick, fellow Renju, quickly remove the illusory formation. Xiong Fei is overjoyed and shouted loudly. Renju did not dare to be negligent. With a wave of her sleeve she cast a spell and the illusory array disappeared. The bright green gas flew into the condensed spiritual qi of heaven and earth and poured into Yun Guicheng's body. How is it, junior brother Xiao? Still want to fight with I? Yun Guicheng has built his foundation. The surrounding space is temporarily sealed. The entire cloud-suppressing seal is suspended in midair and cannot be smashed down. Even Xiao Hua himself cannot escape. The most hateful thing is that when Yun Guicheng is talking to Xiao Hua, he is activating the Dharma power in his hands. An extremely powerful Dharma seal is forming. Looking at the situation, Yun Guicheng does not intend to let Xiao Hua out. Senior brother Yun. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Fairy Hong Xia activates the red silk and reluctantly flies in front of Xiao Hua. Shielding him behind her, she says softly, "Fellow Xiao is an old acquaintance of I, senior brother. Please show mercy." Old acquaintance? Ah, good. I hope this is the last time junior sister pays him back. Yun Guicheng is stunned at first. Then he says with a smile, on account of junior sister, as long as he withdraws from the battle and gives up the sword embryo, I will let him go. Hehe. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia standing in front of him, there is an indescribable feeling in his heart. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia turn to look at him, he says with a cold smile, "Fairy Hong Xia, you don't have to do this." Chapter 1640. Yun Guicheng had just started to build his foundation and had yet to finish. Fairy Hong Xia had also started to build her foundation, and her momentum was more than 3 times greater than Yun Guicheng's. Needless to say, her cultivation was definitely more than 3 times greater than Yun Guicheng's. All the disciples were dumbfounded. What is this? A burly cultivator almost scolded, "It's fine if you don't build your foundation, but there are 2 of you at the same time. Senior brother and junior sister. Can't you build your foundation in your own cave abode? Why did you come to the Feather Immortal Assembly for no reason? Not only did you snatch the first place in the magic weapon but you also made others jealous? Junior sister, so you could have built your foundation long ago?" Yun Guicheng was dejected and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Fairy Hong Xia's aura gradually increased, and the amount of spiritual energy she absorbed was much more than Yun Guicheng's. Hearing Yun Guicheng's question, she replied calmly, "Senior brother, you could have built your foundation long ago too, right? I don't seem to know either." Quick. Yun Guicheng, you can't build your foundation together with your junior sister. Her cultivation is deeper than yours, and the spiritual energy she absorbs will definitely affect your foundation. It might even cause all your previous efforts to be wasted. Xiong Fei suddenly shouted. Yun Guicheng's heart trembled and he no longer cared about the sword embryo and Xiao Hua. He flew up and said loudly, "I give up this round. Senior Renju, please guide me." "Alright, please." Renju flew up and brought Yun Guicheng out of the square, flying towards the outside of the bright realm. "Hongxia, my little friend, come with me." Deming flew out from the pavilion outside the square, stood in midair and shouted with a low voice, "Thank you, senior." Fairy Hong Xia bowed and flew up. Before she left, she turned around and smiled, "My dear Xiao, now that I'm the only one left, This sword embryo belongs to you. Fairy Hongxia's smile was full of affection. Her smile was like the most powerful imprisonment spell in the world, firmly imprisoning Xiaohua in midair. He stared blankly at Fairy Hongxia's figure flying out of the bright realm and disappearing in another direction. Since you have made up your mind, I will share it with you. Perhaps Xiaohua was the only one who heard these words. Xiaohua thought about these words countless times, and his heart was filled with incomparable joy. It was as if there was a voice that wanted to shout out. Concubine, concubine. She actually called herself concubine in front of me. Furthermore, he didn't hesitate to fall out with that white-faced cloud for me. And you're still calling me husband, Xiao. Xiaohua was really overjoyed. Calling herself concubine was actually nothing, but in his eyes it was different. Of course, Fairy Hongxia's smile and attitude showed that there was nothing between her and Yun Guicheng. Everything was just Yun Guicheng's wishful thinking. As for Xiaohua, was it to repay Xiaohua's previous favor, or was there another meaning behind it? Would Xiaohua have any other thoughts right now? After Deming and Renju left, Xiaohua stood blankly in midair. The cloud-suppressing seal, which was like a small mountain, was suspended high up in the sky. Although the cloud-suppressing seal was already severely damaged, a magic treasure was still a magic treasure. Its swift and fierce aura, and its atmosphere was filled with spiritual energy. It was simply not something that an artifact could compare to. The disciples present began to whisper at this moment. Zhen Qing, Zhen Yu, Qian Mo, Li Xiaoxiao and the others also had complicated looks in their eyes. They knew that Xiaohua's cultivation had improved greatly, but they never thought that this improvement would be so great. It was really beyond their expectations. It was actually more powerful than the champion of the Feather Immortal Gathering. It was to the extent that a cultivator who was at the peak of the Qi refining stage had to use the Divine Accumulation Talisman to resist. They even saw with their own eyes that even Yun Guicheng, who was at the Foundation Establishment stage, was still unable to stop Xiaohua. Xiaohua still had to fight against Yun Guicheng. What did this mean? It meant that Xiaohua was not stingy with Yun Guicheng, who was at the Foundation Establishment stage. Could it be that Xiaohua is more powerful than a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Everyone had this thought. However, it was clear that Xiaohua could not do anything to resist Yun Guicheng's pressure, nor did he do anything shocking. However, everyone seemed to see from Xiaohua's calm expression that he had a card up his sleeve. What if Fairy Hongxia did not build her foundation? How would Xiaohua deal with it? This was the unanimous thought of everyone. But reality was reality. Fairy Hongxia was facing her own senior brother who was at the Foundation Establishment stage. She had also built her foundation. She was willing to bear the possible punishment from the Huanhua sect to help Xiaohua. What kind of affection was this? For a moment, everyone had a strange thought. Could it be that Fairy Hongxia's foundation establishment was something that Yun Jiecheng, who was her senior martial brother, didn't know, but a disciple from another sect did? Then, what is the relationship between Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia? For a moment, envy, jealousy, resentment and so on were all cast on Xiaohua. Among these gazes there was a slight resentment. I really did not expect his cultivation to be so high. He and Fairy Hongxia, who is as beautiful as a fairy, are. That she had mixed feelings. I thought it was only my junior sister. Moments later, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and pointed a finger at the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal spun in the air and gradually shrank in size, flying in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua opened his mouth and the cloud-suppressing seal disappeared into his mouth. This was the difference between a magic treasure and a magic weapon. Magic weapons could not be kept in the body and could only be kept in a storage bag, but magic treasures could be kept in the body. Of course, the place where Xiaohua stored the cloud-suppressing seal in his body was different. It was the same as the place where he nurtured and repaired the sword pill. It was also the Buddha heart of the Buddha outside his Naiwan palace. This was also the result of a flash of inspiration after Xiaohua tried to store the cloud-suppressing seal in his meridians and corporeal body to no avail. At this moment, the huge incense in the air had already disappeared, and the Great Wisdom sword was stuck on the high platform. Xiaohua looked at Great Wisdom with a gentle gaze, then raised his head to look at the golden core cultivators. Seeing this, Zhen Qing transmitted her voice. Xiaohua, wait a moment. As she was speaking, a person flew out from the Tai Ching sect disciples. He was also in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. He cupped his hands and said to everyone, Martial Uncle Deming and Martial Uncle Renju, I did not expect that someone would build his foundation at the last moment of the Feather Immortal Assembly. Furthermore, it was two fellow Taoists, so please wait a moment. After that cultivator finished speaking, he retreated into the crowd. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Renju flew back, followed by Deming. Renju glanced at Deming, then flew in front of Xiaohua and sized him up. Her gaze was somewhat complicated and she raised her voice. Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Yes, I am Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua said respectfully. Haha, I think you are the disciple with the lowest realm participating in this Feather Immortal Assembly, right? Xiaohua touched his nose and said with a smile, It seems so. According to what I know, not only are you the disciple with the lowest realm participating in this Feather Immortal Assembly, but you are also the disciple with the lowest realm participating in this Feather Immortal Assembly. As Renju spoke, she glanced at Zhen Qing and asked, I have a question to ask, but I don't know if you can answer me truthfully. Of course I can. Can you please ask? Your cultivation should be the strongest among all the disciples. Why, did you lose to the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua said with a smile, Senior, you are inferior. How am I the strongest? Not to mention Senior Martial Brother Yun of the Huanhua Sect, I am not even a match for Senior Martial Brother Zhua of the Xuanyan School. I only dared to fight against Senior Martial Brother Yun because I had just refined this magic treasure. Senior Martial Brother Yun probably disdained to fight with me over the sword embryo because he wanted to build his foundation, right? Renju didn't ask any more questions. He had only sent Yun Jicheng out to build his foundation for a short while, so he naturally had other things to do in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. She already knew a lot about Xiaohua's performance in the Feather Immortal Assembly, so she didn't expose him. She pointed with her finger and said, The sword embryo that fell from the sky is already yours. However, as I said just now, you must have the ability to take it away before it is yours. Xiaohua frowned and bowed. Senior, what do you mean? Renju said with a smile, There is a restriction set up by the elders of the Tai Ching sect within 3 feet of the sword embryo. All the magic power is restricted. All the disciples who want to take the sword embryo have to use their own strength to pull it out. Only then can it be said that they have the ability to control the sword embryo. Can be said that they are fated with the sword embryo. Xiaohua didn't say anything, but all the cultivators in the square were in an uproar. Renju had already said just now that the sword embryo was heavier than a demonic tool. Looking at the size of the sword embryo, all the cultivators in the square, including the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators who led the group, shook their heads in their hearts. They understood that it was absolutely impossible for them to pick up the sword embryo with their physical strength. This sword embryo probably couldn't be taken out of the Bright Realm. And the last battle of the Feather Immortal Assembly was probably a trick for the Tai Ching sect to show off. Seeing Xiaohua's expression that was as calm as water, Renju suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. In the distance, Deming also had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Xiaohua nodded and said, Then this junior will go forward and give it a try. Xiaohua, let me tell you clearly. You only have one chance. If you can't pull the sword embryo out, you can't take it away. Renju's heart moved and she reminded him. This disciple understands. As Xiaohua spoke, he flew onto the high platform. Sure enough, when he arrived 3 feet away from the Great Wisdom Sword, the true qi in his body froze and couldn't flow in the slightest. All of his magic power also disappeared and he was no different from a mortal. The Great Wisdom Sword was inserted into the solid rock of the high platform, and only 3 feet of the sword's body was exposed. As for how much it was inserted into the rock, it couldn't be seen clearly from the outside. However, in Xiaohua's heart, the Great Wisdom Sword was roughly 6 feet long, and it was like a stick in his hand. If it didn't have the appearance of a sword hilt and sword tip, it might as well be called a stick. Thinking about the weight of the Great Wisdom Sword and the fact that it could only be inserted 3 feet into the rock after descending from the sky, it also showed the hardness of the rock. Yes, or it could be said that this magic treasure that had transformed into the Bright Realm was hard. Truthfully speaking, Xiaohua didn't have much confidence in pulling the Great Wisdom Sword out of the magic treasure. However, Xiaohua understood that this was his only chance to obtain the Great Wisdom Sword. If he failed, then in the future. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua took a deep breath and didn't dare to be careless. He held the hilt of the Great Wisdom Sword with both hands, and then circulated his strength to pull it out. The sword embryo didn't move in the slightest. Xiaohua gasped. Chapter 1641. Xiaohua tried to use his strength to pull it out, and sure enough, the sword embryo was stuck between the cracks of the high platform, not moving at all. This. Xiaohua was startled and secretly cursed. Then Xiaohua clenched his teeth, channeled all the strength in his body to his arms, and roared with a thunderous roar, "Rise!" Who knew how many kilograms of strength was used on the sword hilt? And the hearts of the people watching from afar were also raised. However, although the Great Wisdom heavy sword shook slightly, it couldn't be pulled out at all. Renju's eyes showed a trace of relief. Who knew how many Tai Ching sect disciples with incomparable strength couldn't pull out the sword embryo, so how could Xiaohua do it? "Rise!" Xiaohua shouted again. This time he had already channeled the dragonization art. The meridians all over his body were slightly twisting like a huge dragon. Even the 13,200 black spots on his body were emitting a faint fiery light. At this time Xiaohua's body didn't have any flame, but everyone's eyes seemed to be burned by the flame. At this time Xiaohua's figure was still thin, but in everyone's eyes, it was like an incomparably huge body that could support the heavens and earth. "Rise, rise!" In the square, some disciple who didn't know the severity of the situation shouted out. Then all the disciples, yes, except for the Tai Ching sect disciples, followed the beat and shouted, "Rise, rise, rise, rise!" Along with everyone's cheers, the veins on Xiaohua's arms popped out, and his face was also sinister, his eyes completely red. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his temples. That Great Wisdom heavy sword was actually slowly pulled out inch by inch under Xiaohua's incomparably enormous strength. Seeing the sword embryo being pulled out inch by inch, everyone's mood became increasingly high, and their cheers became louder and louder. In contrast, Renju, Deming, and the other Tai Ching sect cultivators' faces gradually became gloomy. In the beginning, it was the most difficult to pull out the sword, but when it was pulled out about a foot, it was already easy. But Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless and didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Only when the remaining 2 feet were revealed did Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and did his best to raise the 6 feet long sword embryo high above his head. Immediately the whole square boiled as if he pulled out the sword embryo himself, and all the disciples cheered. "Good, good, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, good." Renju flew forward, clapped her hands and said with a forced smile, "Little friend Zhao's strength is indeed astonishing. You are the strongest person in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators." "I wouldn't dare. This junior has already exhausted all his strength. If it were to grow another inch, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to pull it out." At this moment Xiaohua's bones were indeed limp and his tendons were numb. His strength was greatly exhausted, and he had no choice but to put down the Great Wisdom Sword. He promptly asked, "Can Junior put this thing into the storage pouch?" "Yes, of course," Renju said. Xiaohua took out a storage bag and placed the Great Wisdom Sword inside. Sure enough, just as the Great Wisdom Sword was placed inside, the spatial formation of the storage bag had already begun to gradually collapse. "How is it?" Renju smiled. "Sigh, I'm afraid this junior's journey back will be troublesome." Xiaohua sighed. Renju nodded. "Little friend Xiao is right. I'm afraid the trouble has only just begun." Xiaohua didn't know if Renju's words had a double meaning, but the Great Wisdom Sword was his own. How could he give it to others? Soon after, Xiaohua descended from the sky and returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. "Maybe he's the real first place of this gathering." Boom, there was a burst of sound. Of course, many things had happened in this short period of time. Many people still hadn't come to their senses. It was only until Rinju said that everyone started whispering and looking at Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder School. Xiao Hua couldn't distinguish the many meanings contained in those gazes. Now, he could be considered to be famous in the Feather Immortal Gathering. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart, but when he heard Rinju say that there were 14 disciples in the Qi refining stage who had built their foundation, he was moved and understood why the first 2 places of this Feather Immortal Gathering were the disciples of the country of Xi. The disciples of the country of Meng and the country of Lian were all in the foundation building stage. Just like in the Thunder Controlling Sect, Qian Hong had the highest cultivation, and Qian Mo, who had the second highest cultivation, was naturally the first among all the disciples. And at this time Rinju pushed him out. Xiao Hua couldn't guess what she was thinking. In midair, Rinju said a few more things and finally smiled. My Taiching sect has already prepared spiritual wine and spiritual fruits. Fellow Taoists and disciples of various sects, please go back to your pavilions and rest for a while. Then you can go to the square to attend the banquet. After we part today, we can only meet again after 10 years. Although 10 years is really too short for us cultivators, things have changed. 10 years later, someone might be a senior, or maybe none of you here will participate in the Feather Immortal Gathering again. Therefore, we should cherish today's meeting even more. I hope that when you meet again in the future, you can also remember today's meeting. We can help each other and tolerate each other. After Rinju finished speaking, the disciples of various sects returned to their pavilions. The disciples of the Taiching sect were busy arranging the things needed for the banquet in the square. Xiao Hua had just returned to the quiet room when he was called by Zhen Qing. Xiao Hua thought that Zhen Qing would ask him why he gave up, so he had already thought of an excuse. Holding Zhen Qing, he didn't say much and only said, "Let me take a look at that sword embryo." Xiao Hua nodded and took out the sword embryo from his storage bag. In such a short time, the storage bag's spatial formation was about to be crushed. What Rinju said was indeed true. But then Xiao Hua was stunned. Since this sword embryo has never been pulled out by anyone, how did the Taiching sect know that this sword embryo is heavy enough to crush the storage bag? What's wrong? Seeing that Xiao Hua took out the sword embryo and didn't hand it over to him, Zhen Qing asked curiously. "It's nothing, Grandmaster," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This sword embryo is really heavy. Grandmaster, be careful." "Yes, I understand." Zhen Qing nodded. He didn't believe it. He was a golden core cultivator, so it was impossible for him to not be able to pick up this sword embryo. When Zhen Qing took the sword embryo, even though he was prepared, his arm still sank slightly. He was shocked. "It's really heavy." Then he looked at Xiao Hua's skinny body and carefully examined the sword embryo with his divine sense. He shook his head. "Xiao Hua, this sword embryo was blocked by the restriction on the stage. I couldn't look at it carefully and thought that it was indeed the divine object that Rinju talked about. But now that I've looked at it carefully, I feel that this thing is a bit strange. Other than being heavy, it has no other use. I'm afraid you've been tricked by the Taiching sect." "This?" Xiao Hua pretended to be shocked and said anxiously, "What do you mean?" "The best way is to return this thing to the Taiching sect at the banquet." Zhen Qing smiled and looked at Xiao Hua. Although these people won't go out of their way to look for you, they have their own connections. In this way, won't your chances be greater? Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Although you say so, but I am not good with words and don't know how to socialize. Moreover, I feel that if I were a nascent soul cultivator now, I would just casually say a few words and foundation establishment cultivators would probably send themselves to me, right?" Qian Diheng shook his head. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. My goal is foundation establishment. I have never thought about nascent soul. Moreover, if I don't have these connections and don't have many opportunities, how can I talk about foundation establishment?" Goldcore? After Qian Diheng went to the side to propose a toast, Xiao Hua sat down again. He did not agree with Qian Diheng's point of view in his heart. It was difficult to improve a cultivation realm, time was tight, and the lifespan of a cultivator was limited. If they did not put their hard work into cultivation, how could they talk about socializing? Just as he was thinking, Sun Shu came again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Senior sister Sun, you don't have to say anything, right? Hee junior brother Xiao, I was really shocked just now. I know that I definitely don't have the strength to defeat Yun Guichong of the Huanhua sect. Stop senior sister Sun, can we not mention that? Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. You also know that I got a bargain. A bargain? Sun Shu smiled bitterly. Magic treasures. Are they easy to refine? Forget it, don't mention it. But, what about the other disciple of the Huanhua sect? After today's Feather Immortal Assembly, the news that Fairy Hong Xia did not hesitate to fight with her senior brother for her lover will spread throughout the entire country of Xi. My junior sister Shui. When he heard Sun Shu mention lover, Xiaohua's face became hot. He said in a low voice, Senior sister Sun, what are you talking about? Junior brother, don't explain. After sending off He Fong Yuan, Xiaohua had yet to sit down when another voice came from the right. Junior brother Xiao, you are really busy, even a foundation establishment cultivator came to toast you. Chapter 1643. This was a female voice. When Xiaohua turned his head to look, he saw that it was also a foundation establishment cultivator. It was Zhong Xiaohan from Immortal Music Sect, who had reached foundation establishment under Xiaohua. Beside Zhong Xiaohan was a male cultivator whom Xiaohua also recognized. It was Zhong Tianxing from Xianlu sect who was guarding in front of the illusion array that day. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Needless to say, this Zhong Xiaohan had the same intention as He Fong Yuan. He would have to drink this cup of wine. Senior Zhong, Junior congratulates Senior for successfully reaching foundation establishment. Xiaohua very much took the initiative to raise his cup and say. Zhong Xiaohan's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Xiaohua as she raised her wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Soon after she smiled and said, Actually, I came here to ask something. However, after seeing Tai Ching's sex He Fong Yuan come over to propose a toast, I'm afraid I don't need to ask anymore. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said to himself, if you don't need to ask, then don't ask. What's the point of saying it out loud? I didn't take anything from you. Who would have thought that Zhong Xiaohan would say, I boast of my good looks and I'm in the foundation establishment stage now. I originally wanted to talk more with Junior Martial Brother Xiao, but I didn't expect that Junior Martial Brother Xiao had already been taken. Today you even acted in a scene of a hero and beauty meeting in the Hao realm, which really made me jealous. Sai, I don't have a chance anymore. I can only wish Junior Martial Brother Xiao good luck. Ah. Xiaohua didn't expect that Zhong Xiaohan, who appeared to be rather quiet and virtuous, would say such words, and a trace of red appeared on his face. Zhong Tian, who was at the side, took half a step forward and said with a smile, My sister always speaks casually. Junior Brother Xiao, please don't blame her. We are here today to thank Junior Brother Xiao for his kindness that day. Come, I address myself as Senior Brother and propose a toast to Junior Brother Xiao. I don't dare. Xiaohua raised his cup and drank. Zhong Tianxing took out a storage pouch from his bosom and handed it over to Xiaohua. He said with a smile, It's all thanks to Junior Martial Brother Xiao that my humble sister was able to step into the foundation building realm. These past few days I've been thinking for a long time, but I still don't know what to give to Junior Martial Brother. The day before yesterday I just came out of seclusion and learned that Junior Martial Brother Xiao has some hobbies. It just so happens that I also have something in my hands. Is it to Junior Martial Brother's liking? Oh. Xiaohua's heart stirred. He took the storage pouch and saw that there weren't many things inside. There were some foundation establishment dawn and a white skull. That skull was different from an ordinary one. It was at least 10 times bigger. This is something I obtained from Million Meng Mountains. It should be similar to my sister's soul collecting bell. They are both related to souls. Zhong Tianxing said via voice transmission, This item has been with I for a long time. Now I can give it to Junior Brother Xiao. I hope Junior Brother Xiao will accept it. As for the other foundation establishment pills, I have accumulated over the years. Now that I have no use for them, I will give them to Junior Brother Xiao. Zhong Xiaohan smiled and said, I hope junior brother Xiao will soon complete the qi refining stage and enter the foundation establishment stage. With junior martial brother Zhao's cultivation, I'm afraid he'll be able to build his foundation within a few years. I will respectfully listen to junior martial brother Zhao's good news from Immortal Music Sect. Zhong Tianqing clapped his hands and said, I also have a lot of hatred right now. Why wasn't I in the same group as junior martial brother Xiao? Fate, fate. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and laughed. After receiving the storage pouch, Zhong Tianqing and Zhong Xiaohan exchanged a few words. Before leaving, Zhong Tianqing even invited Xiaohua to visit Immortal Music Sect when he travels in the future. Xiaohua naturally agreed with a smile. He was very confident that he would be able to build his foundation in a few years. After that, he would naturally travel in the Xiaoyu continent. Perhaps this is also a form of socializing. Xiaohua thought of Qian Diheng's words. Soon after, another dozen or so disciples came over to chat with Xiaohua. Among them, there were those who admired Xiaohua's cultivation, and there were also those who were jealous of Xiaohua's relationship with Fairy Hongxia. Xiaohua casually dismissed them all. Only when it was deep into the night did he return to his quiet room. On the square, there were still many heroic cultivators who were still calling out to their friends, as if they really wanted to get drunk. Xiaohua returned to his quiet room and activated the restriction. Then he closed his eyes for a moment. With a clap of his hand he took out the Great Wisdom Sword from his storage pouch. However, in the middle of the night, the storage pouch's formation had been crushed again. It looked like this storage pouch could not be used again. Holding the Great Wisdom Sword in his hand, a familiar feeling came from his hand. That ice-cold feeling seemed to have originated from a long time ago. Calling Goldie out from the space, he asked. Although Goldie did not know the name of the Great Wisdom Sword, it knew that this thing was once used by Xiaohua. It even said that Xiaohua used this sword embryo as a staff. Heavenly staff technique? In an instant Xiaohua came to a realization. After sending Goldie into the space, he took the sword embryo and slowly recalled it in his quiet room. Fortunately, although Xiaohua had lost his memory, as long as he could remember the beginning, the following memories would surge like a spring. The 360 moves of the Heavenly Staff technique were quickly recalled. However, recalling the staff technique, Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fighting in the cultivation world did not seem to need any moves, right? Moreover, this Great Wisdom Sword was a sword embryo, not a root. It was inferior to the Tai Green Light Staff. However, the Tai Green Light Staff was too light. He could not use it at all. Moreover, as for the Tai Green Light, Xiaohua naturally used it to nurture the sword pill. It was impossible to use it as a staff. If I could fuse the Devil Spear tip, Devil Spear shaft and that pair of Devil Hammers with this sword embryo and make it into a staff, how good would that be? An unimaginable thought suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's mind. However, he immediately denied it. How heavy would the weight of these things be when put together? Even Xiaohua himself would not be able to carry it, right? Not to mention how to fuse these things together. Let's get the Tai Green Light out first. Xiaohua thought and tried to send the sword embryo into the space. Fortunately, it was very easy to store it in the space. Moreover, it seemed that the ground did not have any signs of collapsing. When Xiaohua took out the storage pouch that Zhong Tianqing had given him and sent the foundation establishment pill and the skull into the space, something strange suddenly happened. Just as the skull was placed into the space, a light blue lightning suddenly burst out from the space. With a schwa sound, it struck the skull. Zalala, the lightning lingered on the skull, emitting a layer of blue brilliance. Moreover, the lightning struck again and again without end. Not long after, the entire skull was covered in a layer of lightning. Immediately after, the two white bones that were previously placed in the space actually flew over on their own. The lightning on them swayed and produced thin threads of light that connected with the lightning on the skull. These three white bones were actually faintly pieced together like this. Xiaohua was aghast. Seeing this scene, even if he did not understand what kind of talismans were, he knew that these white bones that carried the green seal text were definitely not ordinary white bones. Perhaps there was something strange about them. Just as he was thinking, within the faint green brilliance, a string of strange green seal text appeared. One by one they floated above the space. Following the formation of these green seal text, the entire space suddenly flashed with a golden light. That golden light was very strange but also incomparably sacred. However, before Xiaohua could notice anything, that golden light disappeared without a trace. Strange, Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. He always thought that he was the master of his own space. Although he didn't have absolute control, he was very clear about what was and what wasn't. After the golden light disappeared, he couldn't find any trace of it. How could he not be afraid? After searching for a long time, it seemed that he did not find anything unusual. Xiaohua's mind flitted over the green seal text. In an instant, that green seal text suddenly disappeared, and in Xiaohua's mind, some green seal text that recorded talismans appeared. However, following these talismans, Xiaohua seemed to recall some other strange talismans in his mind. These talismans were different from what Xiaohua usually saw. It seemed that each talisman claimed to be one, but when all the talismans were put together, they formed another talisman. Xiaohua even saw that this talisman was actually in the shape of a rabbit. This is a rabbit talisman? Xiaohua suddenly remembered. Formation. Xiaohua was excited. He knew the use of formations on the Xiaoyu continent. He did not expect that he actually knew about formations before. However, when Xiaohua had just placed the skull and the two white bones in a separate place in the space, before he had the time to carefully comprehend the rabbit talisman that had suddenly appeared, he saw the restriction in the quiet room shake as if someone was calling out to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua removed the restriction, he saw Sun Shu standing in front of the door. He was informing Xiaohua that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect would gather in front of the pavilion in 30 minutes. They would return together with the other sects in the country of Xi. So fast. Xiaohua looked at the sky outside. It seemed that it was still early. He could not help but feel a little surprised. He had nothing to pack, so he just stood at the door of the quiet room and talked to Sun Shu. Haha, since the Feather Immortal Assembly has ended, we naturally have to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect as soon as possible. We have fought for a long time in the Feather Immortal Assembly, so we have some comprehensions. We still have to return to the sect and carefully savor these comprehensions. On one hand, we strive to improve our cultivation, and on the other hand, we have to find the opportunity to build our foundation. Sun Shu said with a smile, there have been such examples in the past. Some disciples did not have a good ranking in the Feather Immortal Assembly, but instead returned to the sect to build their foundation. Xiaohua understood that those who could participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly, other than cultivators like Qian Diheng and himself, were also lacking in opportunities. Perhaps they would encounter one at any time. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly felt a gaze sweep past him. It gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Xiaohua did not turn back. He only released his Buddhist awareness. As expected, there was a quiet room at the end of the pavilion. A head popped out from the quiet room. It was Mingu. This guy was staring at him fiercely and muttering something in his mouth. That's strange. I did not provoke this guy. Am I being targeted? Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. Previously, when he visited him, he was cursed by him. Oh right. Last night at the banquet, Mingu and Yuanbo seemed to be not far away. They did not come to propose a toast. It seems that there were many people who proposed a toast last night. There were people from almost every sect. However, none of the disciples from the Changbai sect came. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the banquet. A trace of vigilance rose in his heart. Although the disciples of the Changbai sect did not dare to mess around at the Feather Immortal Assembly, this does not mean that they will not cause trouble for me in the future. Chapter 1644. There were 5 sects from the country of Xi that came to the Taiqing sect to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. They were the Splendid Sect, Xuanyan School, Qiqiao Sect, Imperial Thunder Sect and Huanhua Sect. However, Yun Guichong and Fairy Hong Xia were in the process of building their foundation and couldn't leave for the time being. Therefore, only the Imperial Thunder Sect and the other 3 sects left together. This year, the 5 major sects in the country of Xi gained a lot from the Feather Immortal Assembly. Other than the Xuanyan School that didn't have any disciples in the foundation establishment stage, The other 4 sects all had disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Especially the Huanhua sect, there were actually 2 disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Of course, the Huanhua sects Yun Guichong and Fairy Hong Xiao, who were in the Qi refinement realm, had some tricks up their sleeves. However, it was undeniable that they were in the foundation establishment stage. There were almost 100 cultivators that returned to the country of Xi. The worry in Xiaohua's heart disappeared. Even if the Changbai sect had some ideas, they would temporarily restrain themselves after the Feather Immortal Assembly. They definitely wouldn't face the 4 sects of the country of Xi. Due to the other 3 sects' different routes from the Taiqing sect back to the country of Xi, the journey took more than a month. During this time, the disciples of the 4 sects got along well and often visited each other's flying treasures. Although Xiaohua hadn't been to the flying boat of the Splendid sect, the flying shuttle of the Xuanyan school, and the immortal bird of the Qiqiao sect, the disciples of the 3 sects often visited Xiaohua on the Thunderboat. After all, Xiaohua's fleeting performance in the Feather Immortal Assembly was too shocking. These disciples all felt that Xiaohua was a hidden expert and was at least in the Qi refinement realm. However, Xiaohua was indeed in the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm and was about to enter the middle stage. This wasn't just seen through magic. Even the disciples of the other 3 sects could clearly feel that this guy was in the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. He was definitely not lying. As for Xiaohua, during the exchanges with the disciples of the other 3 sects, he received many precious experiences in the middle stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Although the eldest senior brother Xiangyang had told him about these experiences, it was only one-sided. Xiaohua benefited a lot from listening to the experiences of so many different disciples. Not long after flying to the country of Xi, he actually stepped into the middle stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. How is that possible? Not only were the probing disciples confused, even the foundation establishment cultivators and golden core cultivators from the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school and Qiqiao sect were surprised. How could a Qi refining realm early stage disciple defeat a Qi refining realm peak disciple? If there was a reason, it could only be the magic treasure. Since they had entered the country of Xi, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and went their separate ways, returning to their own sects. On this day, the thunderboat of the Imperial Thunder sect had just arrived at a mountain stream and was about to fly in the direction of the Imperial Thunder sect. This route was the shortest one. If everything went well, they would be able to return to the shocking Thunder Peak in 10 days. But at this moment, an incomparable feeling of fear came from the depths of Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua had encountered this kind of fear before. It should be a kind of feeling, a kind of vigilance of encountering danger. Martial Ancestor Zhen. Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Disciple has something to report. Seeing that Xiaohua was using telepathy, Zhen Qing found it strange. She waved her hand and set up a restriction. She asked, "What's the matter?" Reporting to Martial Ancestor, Disciple wants to ask if an enemy attacks my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, would they lay an ambush in front? Xiaohua asked anxiously. This. Zhen Qing was slightly taken aback. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples don't seem to have anything that others would covet, right? That sword embryo of yours can't be considered a treasure. It can't be worth the attention of a middle-stage golden core cultivator, right? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Martial Ancestor, could it be that you forgot about the storage bag of the Changbai sect? Zhen Qing's expression became serious. She nodded and said, yes. Although we have already returned 90% of the things in the storage bag to the Taibai sect, the other sects don't know about it. If they have the heart to covet it, we will be in trouble. Then she frowned. The distance of 10 days isn't far, but it isn't near either. I don't know which thief would lay an ambush here. But thinking about it, the Imperial Thunder sect and the other 3 sects went together and took a detour. It was possible that there were cultivators from other sects who took a shortcut and blocked the front. Moreover, the most hateful thing was that they knew the Imperial Thunder sect had a golden core cultivator, but they still dared to block them. There must be an even more powerful expert. They actually dared to bully my Imperial Thunder sect at the gate. Zhen Qing clenched her teeth. Although this was only a possibility, Zhen Qing didn't dare to gamble. Not to mention her own life, there were still the lives of her 20 disciples. She couldn't gamble. Zhen changed the direction. Don't fly to the Thunderclap Peak for now. Zhen Qing made a prompt decision. She didn't care whether Xiaohua's worry was real or not and ordered Zhen Yu. Zhen Yu was stunned. Immediately he was shocked and hurriedly flew in the other direction according to Zhen Qing's instructions. On a beautiful plain, there was lush green grass that was about a foot long. Under the bright sun, it emitted a green brilliance. A gust of wind blew, causing the green grass to rise and fall. It was like the ripples on the water surface that spread to the boundless distance. The fallen green grass revealed the greedy beasts hidden in the grass. Dozens of rabbits were startled by the gust of wind. They rushed out of the grass and hurriedly ran away. One of the fat rabbits was running away in a panic. With a ping sound, it bumped into an invisible area. There was clearly nothing there, but the rabbit was knocked unconscious and fell to the side. The place where the rabbit bumped into emitted a bright light and a human figure appeared. This person was wearing a camouflage robe and had a tall stature. He lowered his head and looked at the unconscious rabbit in the grass. He let out a sinister laugh and said, "Ha! The ancient people always waited for rabbits to come. I was just setting up an ambush here and I was actually found by a rabbit." As he spoke, he stretched out his left hand and a faint green flame appeared in his palm. When the flame appeared, the surroundings actually emitted a trace of coldness. At this moment, the rabbit that had fainted earlier suddenly opened its eyes. Its fat body flipped over and its 4 stubby legs stomped on the ground. It quickly scuttled into the bushes and disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the rabbit was actually pretending to be dead, the person was stunned. However, he still waved his hand and a wisp of fire flew out from the green flame into the distance. When the wisp of fire landed in the grass, a few screams sounded and a foul smell came from the grass in the distance. However, there was no movement. The person in the camouflage robe clapped his hand and a gray-white brilliance hit the air in front of him. The brilliance gradually expanded and soon covered the person in the camouflage robe. However, just as the brilliance covered the person, from the distant horizon 2 sword lights, one green and one purple, flew over like meteors and streaked across the sky to the left of the person. They're finally here. The person in the camouflage robe was startled. He clapped his hand and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. He activated the magic power in his hand and the yellow talisman turned into a dark red brilliance and landed in the grass. In an instant, it disappeared and the person in the camouflage also disappeared into the grass. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples rode on the Thunder Ship and flew in another direction for several days. Then they changed direction and flew back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This time, after flying for 2 days, that very frightening feeling appeared in Xiaohua's heart again. Strange. Xiaohua frowned. He didn't understand. If there was really danger ahead, how could he have sensed it so early? If he had such a miraculous ability, then wouldn't he be able to avoid danger forever? This is really strange. I don't know how to explain it to martial ancestor Zhen. Xiaohua thought with difficulty. The first time he felt it, he could explain it as a sudden impulse. However, the second time was really hard to explain. However, after flying for another half a day, that feeling appeared again and again, making Xiaohua feel very uncomfortable. Thus, Xiaohua came to see Zhen Qing again. "Xiaohua, you're saying, you're still afraid that there will be cultivators in front of us?" Hearing Xiaohua's worry, Zhen Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He frowned and said, "The last time we came back, we were together with Xianghua sect disciples. This time, the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were in an uproar. Previously, if they took a shortcut, they would have already arrived at the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, this time they had to take a detour. They were afraid that they would be delayed for several days. Therefore, the qi refining disciples didn't dare to trouble Zhen Qing. They asked Qian Hong to find Xiaohua and ask him what was going on. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.